2022.
Boom,
Chupito.
bam,
True
bam,
pizza.
boom. We in this thing. My head always like linked to the side. How I get my shit straight? All right, so
Oh,
the topic today, the host can't show up, or maybe he might show up later, but then it'll be a little bit too late. Is
Mhm.
is Kamala one of us? A black American. Black American. And I put in the description when I broke it down, what does it mean to be black? Is she one of us? Even if she self identified as East Indian, she self identified as that. Uh, we gravitate to her skin color. But what does it take to be black? Like, can anybody just say I'm black? Like, do we have
Ooh.
barriers to it? We are the gatekeepers of black and black as we know it. That's I think I want to stick with that. Like, what is black as we know it to be? Let's go back to 1987 or 1992. What did we deem to be black? Could anybody with dark skin be black? Or were people considered booty scratchers and things like that?
booty scratchers.
Like,
I think back then, I think it was if your skin complexion, your melanin was a brown skin or dark skin or whatever, you was considered black. Unless you talking like you're from actual Africa or Nigeria or something like that. Because back then we didn't know about all these different cultures, dark skin cultures and everything, and about the different races. So back then, but now it's a different story. Everybody are actually being
Mhm.
learned and hipped on what's it, so many different nationalities and different cultures is. So black is kind of a long term now because like black could be like different things. Like you
what's
black,
up,
oh no,
Brian?
huh?
Hey, what's going on, Dre?
What's up, man?
I'm
What's
entering.
happening now?
Hello,
Welcome
how
to
you
the
doing?
show.
What's up? Right on. This I'm my first time clicking in, so I'm here.
Okay,
I'm
that's
Brian.
what's
I'm
up.
Brian. Yeah.
Yeah, Brian, it's Brian. You got Doug and you got Tay.
Okay. Good to
As
meet y'all.
the other
Good
people
to meet
haven't
you
showed
too.
up yet. Everybody got other engagements going on, but the topic right now is so I didn't come up with the topic, right? But the person who was supposed to host today, he didn't show up. Like we give every panelist opportunity to bring up topics that they want to talk about.
Oh, okay.
So today's topic is Kamala Harris black, like black American?
Right.
Uh, is she like us? What does it mean to be black? What is black as far as we've known it growing up here? And his second topic was what is her policies that you know for sure right now? Does she have any policies she's running on other than she's black?
Mm.
So,
Okay. It says she's not black though. I mean,
but Doug, what was you saying though? You said that she is. You said black is what?
Shit, I don't even know what the fuck I said.
I think you were
But
saying like she. You said as far as we've known, black is as long as your skin color is dark, is what you were
well,
saying.
you know, that's how we grew up or whatever. But it's like so many different dark nationalities. You don't know who was who, so you can't consider black or whatever. But as far as like the slave descendants or whatever, we thought that we was black and everything, and then because we was always called black and this and that, but we're not black, we brown. But it's just it. So I don't know what we can actually consider what black is right now, because like I said, there's so many people here. They say you black this and that, but shoot, the Africans that come over here, what are they more blacker than us? So how can you say we black though? So I don't know what to consider black is right now. It's a whole different thing going on right now.
yeah.
Who want to run up? Who next?
I feel like you know, being black is also a culture. It is not just the color of your skin. It is something that you live with, that you deal with on the inside. I mean, like, so honestly, what Doug was saying, a part of that is true. The color of your skin used to make you, okay, they're black African American. But now, you could be mixed with things, or you could be a totally different nationality. But what is in you? You know what I'm saying? Like, being black is not just the color. I'm telling you, like, black people can identify each other by the way we talk, the way we cook, the way we listen to music, the way we dance, the way we go to church. Let's just be honest. Even black church is different than white church. Like, it's just there is a difference. Black is not just a color. It really is something that is in you. And it'll come out. It'll show. I think that, and I'm not trying to be funny, but we got a lot of people who are not black African American that try to do things that we do and then say, well, I grew up in a black home, so but it's a different feeling with being black. It's not just your skin tone. It's history. It's something it's in your soul.
Yeah, I guess for me, I agree. I mean, I agree somewhat with that. Yeah, you, you most definitely can tell a difference between us and even Africans. I mean, I think the word black is something that they gave our grandparents, and then I guess they accepted that term because before I guess it was Negro, and it changed every generation. So like it did at one time anyway. We then kind of stuck with black. My granddad, he's from the South, and he never said black. He always just said colored, like colored people. Uh,
Hmm.
Yeah, I
Like
heard that.
Mhm.
yeah, a lot of them. There was a lot of black people, especially in the South. They really didn't use that term black. They it was just another term
Mhm.
kind of they gave us to separate us from our real nationality, wherever that is. And there was arguments on that. You know what I mean? Uh, but as far as I've had clients, I've known people that are from, like they say, the Kamala Harris, they're from that Indian region, the Hindu. I got a friend now. He's just as dark as me. I mean, but he's Indian though, and um, some people, it's all about if you get pulled over, then you know if you black or not. That's messed up.
Yeah.
I mean, because they not making no, they're not making no, all this stuff goes on with, us being killed by police, and I'm hate to turn the corner on it, but uh, they never mistake it like being like a dark Hindu person or African. It's always somebody that look like me and you, like a black person, like whatever that nationality is. It's something deeper than the word black, and that to me, I think they try to universal, that word black, just try to, or even African American, try to just group us all in when we not. I know that's kind of like grouping all people from Europe in, when some are from Poland, some are from Germany, some are from, you just can't say they all. Same with the African American, it seems like they just trying to, and the black, they just try to group us all in when we're different, and we can tell the difference. We can tell the difference.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like I say, those guys just as dark as me, African, but you can tell the difference though. And it's just, and females too. You can tell the difference between a sister girl and an African. Uh, to be honest, I mean, I can anyway. So, but yeah. So, my little 2 cents.
Yeah, you could tell the difference.
So
Yeah,
I think they make this is why it makes it's very important to try to hone in on what it means to be black. I don't think it is a color thing, right? It's more like Tay said, it's a cultural thing. And you can look and see who is black and who is not black, right? Like as far as cultural things, you had cultural how you say that, cultural appropriation. I can't say the word right, but have you ever looked into certain people's cars, or you think, dark skinned people who you might think is black, and you look on their rear view mirror, and then they have their nationality uh, like flag
Yeah.
hanging from their windshield. And I was told that that is so that they can allow the police to know that they are not black Americans, that we are different than them. I'm from Haiti. I'm from Haiti, or
Right.
I'm from Saint Lucia, or I'm Jamaican. I'm not black American, so
Hmm.
don't treat me like I'm one of them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I think it is a cultural thing when you say black. I think it is just like you have your Italians, right? And the Italian, although
Mhm.
you might think like, what did Chris Rock say? Oh, I'm Italian. He said, well, you Italian C word. I'm Albanian. Well, you Albanian C word. Uh, Although we share the same hues as people, just like the Italian is not like your British person. I don't think your Black
Mhm.
American is like your Nigerian. Um, and I don't think we have anything in common with them outside of just our skin color. And I'm sorry, but like we're different. We
Yeah.
smell different. We
I think it's
smell
different.
different. We eat different.
Yeah.
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 I think it's different from being, like I said, the word black is just not that's just a generic term that we didn't accept it, man. But we, I feel like it's a no. We are our own nation. We just gotta identify with that. I mean, like I said, I think they've kind of, like I said, grouped us in with the African Americans. I mean, or just African and try to group us in things. But to me, it's just something bigger than that. It's bigger than black. We like a nation, and they don't want to. I've heard the word Hebrew and things like that. Thrown around things like that, which I wouldn't doubt it at all. But it's to me they uh, try to just end it at black. It's kind of like telling all black people they came from slavery. I mean, they never tell you about as far as like different things that we built the world. But the African American, they want to make it just seem like you just came from
Yeah.
slavery, and you know.
Nah, you definitely totally correct, because one of the biggest questions I used to have was, in the midst of slavery, why did we have free blacks? Why did they call, you know what I mean? Like, wasn't nobody black freeing themselves. We had like Solomon Northup, if he was a real person. Uh you had a huge population of black people who was already free. Sometimes they got kidnapped and sent back down south. But it's like, or sent down south if they never even been down there. But like, where did these free people come from during slavery? And black people own slaves.
Yep, they sure did.
How did they? What I mean? How was they there to own plantations? Like, it's a whole bunch of history that's missing that they're not teaching us right now.
Yeah, yep, I believe that too, and I think too. There's a difference between like being a slave and being indentured servant. Before it was this, there was, from what I've read, history, little stuff I read. I mean, it didn't start off with slavery. I mean, you had indentured servants though. People who are like slaves, but they can work themselves off. But
Mm-hmm.
but the white people, and I don't want to say this was the Jewish or whoever, they done made it to slavery where you can't get yourself off. You stuck.
Yeah.
You can't work yourself off and get your own slaves, your own 40 acres. You raise your own family. They stopped it once they uh, it's something big called that Bacon's Rebellion. You ever heard of that Bacon's Rebellion?
I don't know if I heard of it. I might have though.
Called
I
Bacon's
haven't heard of
Rebellion,
that.
man. Huh?
I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, man. They'll never teach that in the history books, man. But it ain't even really about black and white. It's about green at the end of the day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And that Bacon's Rebellion was a time, man, where and this is like 1600s, man, like where blacks and whites got together and they were about to take over the government. So they had to like create the white and black thing.
yeah. I know what
The,
you mean.
yeah, they had
They
to
created the
create it.
class system at that point
Yeah,
in time.
yeah, in
They had
order
to
to have
separate.
division.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the rebellion part, but I do. I was just watching something where it was saying like how they convinced they had it was a hard task where they had to convince people that white was different than black. You know what I
Yeah, it
mean?
was all
Because
one at one time. It was all
because
yeah,
white people were slaves also
yeah,
in America.
yeah. But they were
Uh,
almost about to come together, and they rebelled. And I think it was like that Bacon guy, something like that. And I think that's where the name came from. Cause it was like a plantation owner that was helping them. That was
hmm
helping them rebel, and they almost took over the government. And this is before the United States. I think this was like when it was still like colonies and whatnot. It was United States yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't they say the guy? I forgot the full facts of it. I think he was black. I'm not for sure. What's his name? George Washington Carver. Didn't he have slaves? When he a black guy that had slaves?
Nah.
I don't know if he had slaves. I know he did the invention thing like with the peanuts and all that and different things.
Nah.
Yeah.
George Washington Carver, he was a slave at one point in time.
Okay, I thought he
The
had.
thing that I did not know about him is that he was castrated by his masters or
Damn,
the people who had him, the people who adopted him allegedly.
man.
He did do the peanut butter thing, but he also the Ford guy, Henry Ford,
Yeah.
is credited with creating the plant. You know what I mean? We all go to work. We work in the plant system.
Right.
Yeah.
But they say that George Washington Carver was the person who helped him with that idea of the manufacturing plant. So there are things about that we don't know. Um,
Yeah, that makes sense though.
Okay.
but slavery coming, that is the major thing, and then the key piece about what Kamala is trying to say, what people are attributing to her, because I ain't never heard her say that she was black. Our people are saying that she's black.
Right.
Somebody said that she said it in her book. This I don't know. I haven't read the book, but I'm saying to be considered black the way that we grew up from the 1600s all the way up to 2024. It's going to be about what your ancestors went through here in this country, and that is the thing that makes you black or not black. Everybody else, you are cousins. Fuck it.
That's
What's up, cuz?
okay.
So so what if so you know how they got the ancestry thing where you can find out, what you really have in your blood.
Mm-hmm.
And say they find out they know that they're mixed, but they find out that they are 75% African American. Then does that mean they're not black because they didn't grow up like us?
As you said earlier, it's a cultural thing, also, right? So here's the
Yeah.
problem with what you're saying. If you take that test, we are not a panel on the test, right? Because if they put African Americans as a panel on the test, then you're going to have people from Liberia. You're going to have people from
Nigeria.
uh, not Nigeria, Liberia and Sierra Leone, because our people were sent there to create those colonies. Those countries wouldn't even be called what they are if our people wasn't sent there to create those colonies. So if we was a panel on site to test like you would have Asian or you have this or you have that, I believe that a lot of the people from the diaspora would come back to actually being our people because we were the ones who was sent into the four corners as slaves originally. Like I said before, one of my teachers told me when I was and he was a Caucasian guy. He said that did you know that the original people, the indigenous people from this country, were the slaves first, and then later they start shipping in people from Africa.
Right. Yeah, that's what's coming out. That's what
So
we.
it's a lot of information that's coming out, but
Yeah.
I still feel it's a cultural thing. Like if you did not go through, let's say this, I had a child and my child was born in Australia. Uh, although me and his mom were of African American descent, I'm gonna use that word, though that compound word. But it my child grew up in Australia. Would that make my child any less of an African American because culturally it's an Australian? No. But if my child is removed eight, 7 to 8 generations from where we are right now, then it'd be hard to say that my child culturally is African American. That's just like if I was Chinese and the Chinese people back a long time ago in the 1600s, if they didn't like cling back to their own people and they just kept like let's say breeding out and mixing with other people, or they somehow became Native Americans, uh, they would no longer be counted as a Chinese person unless they took a DNA test that linked them back to Asia. Somebody said Kamala copied and pasted Trump's no tax on tips. At this rate, next time she speaks, she'll say, "Let's make America great again."
Oh my goodness.
I
Um,
definitely heard that she did that.
Yeah, she did. Yeah. It's just
I did
it's
not. I didn't
wild.
know that.
Yeah, she definitely said that. And that is one of the trending topics right now because we was talking about what is her policies that she brings to the table, and all we know right now is abortion rights. But she did say she did use his no tax on tips, and you
Yeah,
got to be real about that.
yeah. And the thing about it is they'll say things and it's being recorded. It's all they'll backtrack years later, but it's all documented. So
Yeah.
it's I don't know. Being between picking the between the both of them is like picking between getting shot or hung, I guess.
But see, I felt that way last time when it was Biden versus this dude is funny. I felt that way last time, man, when it was
Yeah.
Biden versus Trump. You know what I mean? I felt like, okay, like I don't want to vote for either one of these people just based on the things that were going on. Although I had more affinity for Trump, it was just the people who was backing him that put a sour taste in my mouth. This time, though, I don't care, man. I'm voting to make America great again. That's
There it
just how I
is.
feel about it.
There it is.
I am. I'm not. Probably for the first time. I'm not
You
voting.
Not gonna vote.
at all?
No, I don't. I don't vote just to vote, and I feel like I have to. I have to feel like that's a great choice if I'm voting for it. And I just don't feel like either right now. I don't feel like either is a good choice for America.
I don't think I've ever seen it either where there's only two people to pick from. I mean, normally it's like a whole panel of people, and you can now they didn't kind of pigeonhole, kind
Yeah,
of corner us in to
yeah,
just two people. And it's like it didn't used to be like that.
I believe they
mhm,
put Kamala in there just for Trump to win.
Yeah, that's
right.
possible.
Because I don't think at all there's a winning chance for Kamala Harris. And I think she knows that. She literally carries herself like she knows that. She doesn't have good pointers. She doesn't have anything that she can say that she's fighting for. She just it's not realistic. And I seen someone put up a meme where it showed Obama when he was in the run and how the presidential debate went, and then it showed our 2024 presidential debate, and it was like mockery. It was like shameful to see the difference in not only the people, but like the quality and the respect, the way that they carried themselves, spoke about the country. It was just like two different I wouldn't have thought that both were from America. Like these are presidents trying to go for America. What? It just didn't even seem right. And this is the time that we live in, and where we just choose, well, there's a better option. And I used to be the person that's like, vote, you know, vote. However, I cannot tell myself or anyone else that I have a good gut feeling about either candidate.
Yeah,
It's just she laughed too much. They've been talking about that. She be laughing so much. Like, why is she always
She
laughing?
do laugh a lot. Every time I watch her, she always giggling and she don't be making sense sometimes.
She, you know what I'm
She,
saying? What's she
she always
laughing
be
for?
retarded.
I saw one meme said she always look like she's coming off of mimosas or something.
Oh no.
That's crazy though. That's wild.
Now
But
wait, because I do laugh a lot, and
And you like mimosas?
I do I laugh a lot, and I don't mind a mimosa. So like,
That's what's up.
I don't know what to say about her on that note. Let her have her mimosas and laugh.
Yeah, she look
Laughter
like
is
she's
good for the soul. Like what?
obviously she looks like she's on her way.
nah, I think she hiding a lot behind that smile.
But remember
Yeah,
what I said about her though. She gonna end up having that time in a month. She gonna get a cramp and push that button. Ah.
there it is.
Wait, wait. Because I have to say that time of the month will bring about some danger zones in any woman.
Yeah, that's scary to think about.
It's something to think about, but I just and she might win, but I just don't think that
Yeah,
she don't have what it takes to actually be a true president.
I don't see her winning.
not
I
at all.
think, like y'all said, they tricked us. Normally, it's a panel of people who we got to go through first to vote in primaries, but this time they put the banana in the tailpipe,
Yeah,
and it was like, "Here goes your nominee."
yeah.
Like
This is
she
a
couldn't even
whole,
get this close the last time that she ran for
Look,
president.
Nah.
and she been a vice president for what 3.5 years, and I ain't really heard her talk that much. I mean,
nope.
she
I ain't
really
ever
don't.
talk at all.
Yeah, you know. Now all of a sudden you want to be president. It's like, ain't we supposed to listen to you? I mean, it's just,
She
yeah,
was talking
yeah,
until
yeah,
they threatened her and tried to hurt her when she was at one of the presidential conferences or something.
right.
Yeah, they threatened her. They tried to hurt her. And I ain't seen her since.
And then she got scared straight. There it is.
Yeah.
She got scared
Because I
straight.
was about to ask Val and Thor, what is a Black Swan event? And he posted something.
He just
One, Trump will be on the brink of winning the election. Two, the ETs will then arrive, reveal themselves. And three,
the ECs.
Wait,
every single piece of toilet paper on the planet will be gone. This guy is funny.
Hey, he need to come on. Hey
Yep,
man, come on, live.
that's funny.
Nah, but you never know though. I mean, hey, we facing a lot right now.
yeah,
Uh,
Yeah,
and
Some
the
things,
crucial part is if you ain't got no business or you ain't doing nothing, it don't even matter because I don't know. I just think people who like it, during the recession, right? I work for the House of Representatives. So whatever was going on in the world, it did not affect my paycheck. During COVID, I worked for the House of Rep for Amazon. It really didn't affect what I had going on. Like I was pretty much deemed essential on both of those events. Uh, but looking at it now, like if you ain't got no money in the bank, and then will that even save you? Like what happens if the dollar collapses all the way?
it's going to.
and then really we ain't got no assets. That's why I say too. A lot
It's
of
going
people
to.
ain't got no assets. They really, ain't. It don't matter who's in charge because you ain't got no 401k, no stock, or no anything that reflects who's in
The dollar
office.
is on its way to collapse. It's just a matter
Yeah.
of time.
Well, hell, get rid of that dollar. I mean, just need to exchange that dollar in for some type of digital currency or some type of commodity. Cause the dollar is trash. It is trash.
It's a time to invest in
Oh yeah,
anything
it's
besides the
past
dollar.
time.
If you got to invest in cryptocurrency or anything,
But it
Yeah,
seems like
stocks,
with the
bonds,
world going on a trajectory to be in a one world system, possibly. Like they can collapse Bitcoin anytime they want to.
yeah,
mm-hmm.
it collapse too.
They collapse BitConnect.
Yeah,
So I think whenever they want to shut down a big, just think about what happened with the AMC and the GameStop stock. It was rising.
yeah, they
Boys
shut
was
it
making
down.
so much money, and
Yeah,
then somebody stepped in and cut the faucet off.
yeah. I made a
they
few
still
dollars.
got gold and silver, even though it's not doing nothing right now. Gold and silver that's been around a long time, but
Yeah,
it ain't doing too
But
much
our
right
money
no,
now.
but
ain't backed by any of that.
yeah, but those are things you can't make more of though. That's why gold and silver is, you know,
But our money's not backed by any of that though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not.
We got fiat currency. It's worth what we say it's worth because we said so.
Yeah,
So I think that we got it's a lot that we got coming our way that we
yeah.
ain't ready for.
I
Yeah,
know, boy, he was talking, and then he just left out.
Yeah, his phone probably died or something. I'm pretty sure he'll click back in if he want to stay in. It could have been that. I can't hear you. Hold on, hang up. But nah, he cool. That's my buddy. We work in the same office.
That's what's up.
that's what's up.
And I just put the link in a lot of I know it was last minute for a lot of people, but my man showed up,
That's what's
special
up.
guest. And that's something else I want to do with the special guest stuff. There's a lot of people in the city who I know. I reached out to Kitty Red. Uh,
That's
she
cool.
didn't respond, but she did like the banner that I had made with Kitty Red versus Sexy Red.
Uh,
So
That's what's
we'll
up.
we'll see what happens going forward. I know that whole idea was just to talk about it was a Lady T idea. But I
yeah,
wanted to take it a little further and have a special guest. and we'll see what happens though.
Sure,
I mean,
if we get Kitty Red on here and she talk her talk, we could probably get Sexy Red on here.
Sexy Red ain't fucking with us. But Kitty from the city though. So Doug informed me that I did not know that she got signed by Dame Dash, and I
Dang
didn't
that.
know that.
Oh,
I
So
seen
you might
a
not have no
YouTube.
time for the average Joes like us, but you never know. So
But you know that video that I did see, she was saying there's a lot of talent here, so Dame Dash might come back here to scout.
nah, Dane came
I think
here.
it's a lot of people that might come.
Nah, Dane wanted a
Nah, not
particular person
now.
for a particular reason. So Valiant Thor said he liked and subscribed. Welcome to the channel. You're now one of us.
Hmm.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Yeah, that's what's up. Now you
So
need to come on alive with us.
I think that we're
One of
gonna
these
start getting
days.
more like. I think we're gonna start getting more recognition because, as far as talent is concerned, because like one of the biggest things happened for Indiana, and that was in the Olympics. How many people that has ties with Indiana either lived here, grew up here, or whatnot, and they went to the Olympics and won gold medals. We were one of the states that had the most um, gold medals from Indiana. So it was like it was big. That was big for Indiana, and I think that will bring some recognition as far as talent is concerned because we've got all kinds of talent here. The sad part
We
is, from
do.
what I heard and what has been viral on TikTok and Facebook, is that if you have talent, you got to move away from Indiana because they don't support their own people. They only support, you know, rap artists in the drug world or from the streets, you know. So like I just think that we need to do a better job. I've seen these stories about Indiana not supporting their artists correctly, and they have to move away to get the support that they need to go big.
Yeah, Indiana, especially Indianapolis, don't support each other at all. Everybody hating on each other. There's so much talent here.
Let me
Indiana,
tell y'all something. I've known many people who said that same shit you just said, and they ran to Atlanta, and they still ain't famous.
Right.
well,
Because
because
if
they
you
ain't
can't get the
no
backing, and this is
ATL.
this is this is where uh, Kitty Red is different. Although Kitty Red was going down there to Memphis, and she was going down there to Atlanta, and she was doing all that traveling, she already had the backing of the city. People already in the city already knew who she was. So it wasn't that she went down there and Dane Dash found her down there. Dane Dash came here and he was asking a particular person like DJ Watts or somebody, uh, hey, who is somebody? I don't know. I'm pretty sure he asked the question in a specific way. He wasn't looking for no male artist because right now this is not the time for male artists. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of conscious rap guys out here who are cold, lyrical, but that is not what Dame Dash was looking for.
Nah.
Dame Dash was looking for somebody who was gonna compete with the Kitty Red and the Meg Thee Stallion. I mean, the Sexy Red, the Meg Thee Stallion, the City Girls, and all of that. But we have talent here. These days, you don't have to go anywhere. It's not down south, or you don't have to go to the west or the east coast anymore because we're living in a digital age. If your music is really that good, then what you need to have is a marketing plan. And if
Right.
your marketing plan is correct, then it's a possibility if you can get a TikTok dancer to make your shit popular. Hey, You might bang, but like the days of saying we got to go to Atlanta, all that is gone. I used to think the people who used to do that, they was going to Atlanta for other reasons, and it had nothing to do with music.
Pretty
You know what
much.
I'm saying? Nothing to do with music, and I could be wrong, but I just feel like we do support our people. I just think that we support the wrong element of our people when it comes to music. Because I'm pretty sure there are R&B singers out here. We had Babyface come up out of here. We had Kiki Wyatt come up out of here. You mean to tell me Michael Jackson and the Jackson Five? You mean to tell me that's not they're the only people who had talent as far as singing is concerned?
Hmm.
I mean, yeah, maybe some people don't want to suck no dick or eat no pussy to get no rap deal. You know what I'm saying? But just to be real, I do believe that there's talent here. There's a lot of talent, but they're right now they're only looking for a specific type of talent.
I mean, well, if we get issues like, when we had the rap battle thing and they did a video of people from Indy
We had like
and
Star Quest.
everybody was like saying how horrible it was,
That was
but
trash.
that doesn't help us at all. Like it to have so much talent here, that doesn't help us at all to get that type of recognition, and that went viral. You know what I'm
It was
saying?
trash. Just like
Yeah.
that pop the balloon shit that they just had here too.
that
That shit was trash. It was like
That was
we
horrible.
fucking scraping the bottom of the fucking swimming pool
That
and
was
we expect
horrible.
our shit like at least you gotta at least look at what everybody else doing and have the same quality. I'm not saying that those people don't have value that was on there. Like we're all humans and we all have value. But I'm saying we know when they let certain people in the club and they don't let other people in the club. Like it should be it made us look bad. That was that for me, that was just like that rap cipher that they had
yeah,
during whatever that was the Super Bowl. I don't know, but that shit was trash.
yeah.
Why did the chicken cross the road? Like, bitch, I mean, excuse my French, but why did the chicken cross the road? That was one of the hardest lyrics that they kept pushing to go viral. That was the only thing I kept hearing is why the chicken crossed the road. Like, I just didn't understand it.
I didn't even watch the whole thing, to be honest.
I did. It was terrible. But I was watching and I was just hoping that somebody was about to come with bars. And
Yeah, and I actually like one of the rappers that was on there. I supported and went to his live performances, and I love his live performances. But I just feel like everybody could have took it a step up. That's it.
I got you. So let's step back on the topic real quick because we got like 15 minutes left and we'll end it tonight
Yeah.
early. Kamala, is she black? As far as you grew up knowing what black was, black church,
From
black
how I hear
vote,
her talk and speak about things, to me,
black
she's not black.
jobs, is she one of us? That's the question.
From the way I hear her talk and from my experience of growing up black,
Now
I
hold
don't
on,
think she's
Doug. We
black.
do got some people who are in our community who talk proper.
That's goofy and stuff like her too.
I don't
That's
mean I'm just saying
weird.
like we do have people who are very educated in our community who don't talk in slang or you know what I mean.
I
So I don't
mean,
want
well,
I say that because I just don't want you to go off on that ledge to be like she don't talk like us, so she's not one of us.
it's not just that she don't talk like us. It's from what I've heard of what her what's it nationality is.
So are you
So
saying that she has a dialect of an Indian? Or is that what you talking about, her
her Indian
dialect?
dialect, but that's what she is, Indian, right?
But I'm trying to find out what you're trying to say because you said she don't talk like us, and I
That's
don't
what I'm
want you
saying.
to go.
Well, my thing is she try to like her interviews and stuff is just funny to me because she don't talk like this, she don't act like this, she don't be like us, and then but that's not like taken away from her trying to be president. It's just she's trying to be something that she's not, just to get our votes.
So you're saying, I think I understand where you're going. What you're talking about is when she went down south and then she put on a fake accent like she was a southerner.
Pretty much.
Wait, I
That was one interview, but I really shit. She had her mouth closed for the past what so many years. I really don't know too much about her really. Well, I just know from what I hear about.
What was you about to say, Tay? Say it.
I was gonna say I honestly don't know if she has black in her, but I don't think that she is black. I don't think she is.
Should it matter?
Huh?
Should it matter?
I don't think it should matter when it comes to presidency. However, I think to some people it matters because her skin tone appears to be darkened. And so they have taken it upon themselves to say that she is black. And she hasn't taken it upon herself to say, I am not black. So the part that matters to me is um, if she's black, do you own that? Or are you ashamed? And if she's not black, who cares? She's not one of us. It is what it is if she's not black. So
So
let her be black.
let me address this elephant in the room real quick. Would it matter to you? Is she a woman first or is she black first? And for you, as far as a voter, would it matter to you whether it is that she's a woman or that she's a black woman if you were going to vote for her? Or
So
would it
to
matter
be
like if she was a Asian man, would we still have the same excitement?
no, we wouldn't have the same excitement. However, I think that the color of your skin, like I said before, is not the end all be all. Um, I do, however, believe that in presidency, that they see the black first and the woman second.
You talking about us? I'm talking about like women voters. What do
Oh,
you think they see?
women voters. Oh, got you. Women voters, definitely see women first. They see that she's a woman first, and then if she is black or what her nationality is. Because I believe that some women that would vote for her is going to vote for her because she's a woman, and it's like, oh, we have a chance to have a woman in office, but then there's the what is her nationality? So then you have the black community not sure about if she's black or not. And so you're not voting just because she's black woman, because you don't know that she's black. She hasn't even made it clear. So I really think that women voting for her is basing it off of, oh, she's a woman, not on the blackness.
So by her being a woman, and most women are going to vote for her based on her being a black woman, does it matter if her policies are trash or not? You still going? Do you think if she said we're gonna throw black people back in slavery, I'm not. I'm going on the extreme, but would it matter what her policies were. We're gonna vote for her anyway, just because she is a black woman or a woman who happens to be black. And we don't care what her policies are, though. We're gonna vote for her because she ain't said nothing about her policies except for what they're saying that she stole one from Trump. Um, does her policy matter?
Policy definitely matters. Now, let me just be honest about how I truly feel. Not even just about Kamala, just president candidates, period. I believe that the policy is BS. I believe all these policies they come up with, it's all about marketing. It's all about catching attention. It reminds me of jingles. If a songwriter comes up with a great jingle, it's going to last forever. It's going to be something that's catchy. It's going to be something that you won't forget. Years down the line, you'll remember it in your head. And I feel like that's what they do with these policies. They come up with things that is catchy. They come up with things that gets people hyped and excited. And half of them don't even stay with their policies. They don't even stick to it. They
Hmm.
do and something totally different half the time when they get in office, if they get in office. So I feel like the policies is BS. It's just a catch.
Understood.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm up here just
Well,
messing around.
I
What
did that
about
one.
you, Doug? You
The
think
fact
people
that
voting for her because she's a woman first, or is it because she's a black woman that people are rallying behind her?
I think people are rallying behind her because she's Democrat. Most people will go vote for her. Most Democrats are going to vote for her just because she's Democrat. They're not going to vote for her because of what she's saying.
So if you
Just
had
like
Kermit the Frog up there as a Democrat, it's vote blue no matter who.
that's what
Kermit
most
the
of these
Frog.
Democrats. That's what most of these Democrats grew up thinking. I'm gonna vote for Democrat. That's what I was always told.
Bro, I'm not gonna vote for Kermit the Frog just because he's a Democrat. Like I need
No,
to know
I'm
what you're
not saying.
talking about.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying a lot of people.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
just saying
voting.
like I'm not saying you said it's me. I'm just saying like I don't think that I'm not gonna vote blue no matter who.
Yeah, I got people coming at me like, "Oh, who you going for?" I ain't voting because I don't believe in politics like that. But a lot of people come to me, yeah, you must be voting in Trump, whatever. But shit, if Trump policies is better, I would vote. But shit, if the other person policy is better, I vote for this other person. I'm not saying whoever, but I'm just saying speaking on realistically. I'm not voting, period. But everybody always say, well, you grew up like this, you grew up like that, you should vote Democrat. Why the fuck should I vote Democrat if I don't agree with the person? That's what I'm
So
saying. So I'm not voting at all.
speaking of policies, reparations is a big conversation right now. Uh no, neither one of the candidates are offering that. Uh would it make y'all come off the couch and vote if Donald Trump said he's going to institute reparations?
No, because I wouldn't believe it.
no, nope, not for
Like now
me.
Even if
that
Kamala said that, I wouldn't believe it.
but that's one of the things where you can't just say you're going to do that for black people and then turn around and not do it. Like it's going to be a civil war.
Oh,
Yeah,
definitely. And
yeah.
I mean, just to spice things up a little bit, I've made it known in the other podcast that like Trump had his chance with me. I don't believe a thing he's saying.
You did say that.
I don't. He had his chance. It's okay. I'm not.
But
I'm
he's
Now
done
you
a
not.
want
lot
to take
for
a
us
chance for
though.
Kamala.
He
Now you
did do
want
a
to take
lot
a chance
for
for
us though.
Kamala.
I'm not impressed. And what he's done for us, that's like saying, let me just turn this a little bit. That's like saying my man is a serial cheater, but he's done a lot for me. My man is a serial liar, but he's done a lot for me. So what? um, After a while, presidency should not be about if he's done something for us. It should be about what has he done for America. I feel like that a lot of what he's done was great, but I feel like most of what he's done was pure embarrassment, and I'm okay.
So let's say this: your man was cheating on you and all of that, right? You know your man was a serial cheater, right? But he got your credit straight. He got you in a mansion. You living good now. You gonna still look back at him like, but he did fuck Samantha though. Is that what you gonna
Samantha,
say?
Samantha.
Are you gonna look at
You
what?
asking the right person if you want the answer.
But are you gonna say fuck it? You can have this house back. I'm gonna go back to this house is paid off. I'm gonna go ahead and let my credit get ran back up. Like everything else you done did for me though. I don't even care about that. I'm gonna look back at some of this other shit that didn't even affect me as a person. Like it didn't even affect me as a person.
So, keyword
But imagine
boyfriend.
he cheated on his ex-wife and then you holding him accountable for something he did to another motherfucker.
Yeah, no. But keyword in what I was saying is boyfriend. I didn't say husband. It's totally different answer if he was my husband. But boyfriend, everything that you've done is not worthy for me to take on everything that I would have to take on if you're a serial cheater and a serial liar. It is not worth that.
So you're
That
gonna
is,
go back to the hood, is
hey,
what you're
hey,
saying.
hey, I'm trying to tell you, been there, done that.
You just talking.
No, I've been there, done that. You hear
I
what I'm
know,
saying?
but you're not gonna go from a mansion back to the hood, G. I know you ain't
Listen,
nobody gonna choose that.
I said boyfriend, so there's the difference.
Husband or boyfriend, it don't matter. If
No,
he
it's a big
got you living
difference.
good, you not
Big
going back
difference.
to the hood.
Big difference. Big difference.
So
And
you
I
going
I feel like it's a big difference.
what
And
neighborhood you
so
grew up in?
all the hoods, okay, we moved around.
I know, but what is the major hood that you grew up in, like when you was a kid?
My major that I grew up in most of the years of my
Bright
childhood was
Brightwood.
34th and Muller.
Oh, so you a West Sider. You like over there,
I'm a West
No,
Sider.
by
Village
Northwest.
Square,
That's Northwest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Terror
that's where I
Apartments.
live. Terra Apartments. I lived in
Terror
Terra
Apartments.
Apartments and the Terra Townhomes.
Terratown Homes.
So you're
Hmm.
gonna go back to Terror. If a nigga got you in a 5,000 square home, big yard, you ain't gotta do nothing. You ain't even gotta work. You just chilling. You mean to tell me you gonna be like, you know what, nigga? I know what you did last night. I'm about to move back to Terror Apartments. Is that what you're
First of
saying?
all, I said a serial cheater, so yes. Serial cheater, yes, I would go back to Terra Apartments.
Fuck all of that. Cheat on me, bitch. You got all the money. I'm about to be saving all this the little stipends you giving me. I'm about to be living good. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
my
Like
God, not cheat on me.
I don't even think you answering it like wholeheartedly because I think if you was in that situation,
Well,
you
you
would
know
Well,
that
not
shit
go
there
back.
in the hood
I've
now.
never lived in a mansion, but I have lived nice in a nice house, and definitely, that those things wear on you. It can wear on you mentally, it can wear on you physically, and it would be much better to just let it go.
So
So
you're gonna
no, it
go
wasn't
back
a
to the
mansion.
roaches.
It
Back to the
wasn't.
roaches.
No, not the roaches. Now, not the roaches. Hold on, hold on. We don't do roaches, but definitely had to make a choice, and I can say it was way more peaceful than being in what I was in. So That's why I said been there, done that. It wasn't a mansion, but you got to make a choice. Like you got to make a choice for
Yeah.
yourself. What? So you want the mansion more than you want your mental stability? Like, come on, come
Look, you
on.
going back, you didn't have nothing when you got there. So now when you leave, you have nothing. And you're gonna just say, fuck it, I'm just gonna walk out, no job, you ain't got nothing. You're just gonna say, wherever I end up, the women's shelter, I'm gonna go to the women's shelter just so that I can be sure that my mind is. I think you would be more fucked up mentally in the women's shelter than you would be trying to get your shit together, knowing, okay, I gotta stay with this dude 4 more years. So if I stay with him for 4 more years, I know what I'm not willing to put up with the next person. But while I'm with this person, I know what to ask from.
Lady T trying to come in.
I know what to ask from this next motherfucker. Like we ain't even asking nobody nothing. We ain't even asking Kamala to be faithful to us. We ain't even saying, hey, at least say you black one time. Like we ain't asking nothing. We just saying we ride with her no matter what her policies is. And I sent the thing in there. I don't know. I'll
Yeah,
put
I'm
it back
ready.
in
I'm
there.
ready. Paste it, repaste it.
I mean, I'm a different woman now than what I was then. So, I can say that being in a really bad situation, um, like with Kamala, like if she was actually fighting
You
for
repost it after
presidency,
I posted it.
it'd be different. But her president, like I don't feel like she's given a run. I feel like she knows that she cannot win. That is how her campaign is going. It's like she doesn't. It's like as if she knows. You know what I'm
There
saying?
she go.
Hey y'all.
Well, Lady T,
Hey,
What up? What up? What up?
I know y'all miss me, right?
yes,
you
we miss you,
already know.
girl.
Hey
We
Tay,
are
you been
waiting on
holding it
you.
down. Tay been holding it down, right?
Holding it down for the women, girl, till you come here.
Period. I already know.
Period. Period.
Yes. So what I missed, y'all? What's trending? What's the topic?
Girl, Kamala. Kamala, Kamala.
So that's
The girl you voting for?
who voting? Cause I ain't voting for her.
Me, that's what I said.
Remember on the last show, you
I
said
just don't
that you
listen.
were going to the pew and you was voting for Kamala.
Who said that?
You.
Nah, I definitely didn't say that. Don't get it twisted now. I love to turn up for the women and I love women. I don't have nothing against her individually because I don't know her individually. But I'm just saying I don't want her in office right. I don't think she's ready for that. I don't. We need
Right,
somebody that's gonna come in here and clean up all the mess that has been made. And I
right,
don't think she's capable of doing that. She have not showed me or told me that she's gonna do that.
right.
So honestly, I'm not with that. But you know, I love all
Yep.
my peoples though. But so that's what y'all saying, like, who we think should be in office.
Well, it's been like a few questions about like what is black and do you think Kamala is black? What is
I don't
black to
I,
you?
I don't
It,
think I don't think she's black.
it was Carlton's show, his topic, but he ain't even coming on tonight.
Why
Yeah,
not?
That was his topics.
Okay. I mean, well, we can always start with his topic and then switch the play because
Yeah,
yep. We've been talking
we
about it
can
for
do
about
it.
an hour now. I think it's definitely time to switch up because
you already know because when Lady T was in,
But
come on.
but
yay.
but Lady T, you here? We gotta hear your opinion about the
No,
situation.
most definitely, and I'm gonna give y'all that, and then after that we can move along. But what you wanna know, Doug?
The questions, the
Oh,
topics.
so you said what is Okay, so
What
what
is
is
black
black?
to you?
Black to me would be somebody that's standing in their power, for one. You know, not and I mean I ain't trying to be funny. I know some people do date outside of their race, you know, so I
Right,
can't really say that. But it's more of, I think it was maybe, was it Andre or maybe even you? Somebody said that she said she was not for the black. I don't really know too many of our own color who is not for us, you know, and it's not even just being for us, because I think I stated this on another one, another episode we had. Are you gonna be for the people in general? You know, because honestly, it shouldn't be a race thing, you know. But if you're trying to say that you're black, how are you black? Show us that you black. I mean, because you got people that DNA is black and still ain't black. You know what I'm saying? So it's more to me of not just the color of your skin, but it's more about your background, you know, your morals, your values, you know, what do you stand for? You know, who do you stand for? What are you standing up against? What are you saying that you're gonna do for us? You know, 90, I would say, I ain't gonna say 90 because that would probably be lying, because I really ain't looked up the actual, you know, percentages on this. But I know a lot of our colored people are considered poor. Now everybody has their own suggestion and thoughts on like what is poor. And you know, if you're not rich, to me, you're poor. Period. Ain't no middle class right now. You
there
know,
you
so
go.
it's either you up or you down. So
That's it.
at this point, we
That
all
makes
need a
sense.
little bit of help. You know, so what I'm saying is, you know, our people tend to be the people that need help, and sometimes it's not just. You know, a lot of people always think when people say that they need help, and this is not just in the political world or any of that. This is in the world generally. Like, we don't just need help financially. We need help in other ways as well. You
Yeah,
know, we need help politically. You know what I'm saying? Some of us don't even know nothing about politics. That's
right.
why they never vote. You know, some of us don't even know our history, where we come from.
Yeah,
That's why they don't like to speak on it. You know, um, a lot of us don't know our ancestors and what they went through and the slave time and stuff
No,
like that. You know, that's
no.
where all this voting and stuff come from. That's why they want us to push so hard to vote, because back then we didn't have rights to do that.
yep,
You know, and now that we do, you know, women didn't even have rights. Let's talk about that. You know, so
yep,
with you trying to be a woman and you supposed to be representing us, let's not forget that, you know, years ago you wouldn't even been a thought of being nominated. Nobody even would have looked at you at in to be running for president. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people need to realize that you know, when we talking about something like this, like what is black, like it's more than that. It's how you dress, it's how you talk, it's where you from, you know. But it's definitely not just about your skin color, because I know people that are white, but you couldn't tell me if I had on a blindfold that person to be black to me.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So it's not in my world. It's not about the skin color. It's really not. It's
yeah,
deeper. You know what I'm saying? But of course, we can't forget about our people and where we come from. You know, and
right.
if you do know your ancestors and the background of that, then you know. You know, and a lot of us ain't just straight black. What, and then if we gonna talk about black, nobody's black. A belt is black. A dark, you know, a shoe is black.
Yep,
My
We're not
shit is
black.
black.
We're brown. Let's get there. We need to stop that. We need to quit calling ourselves a color that was made up.
yep,
What color even makes black? Hello?
yep,
Like, let's get there. Like, y'all see, y'all already know when I come, I make people think, because it's deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? It's deeper than
yep,
that.
Black
But
is a shade that can't be made.
okay, now let's say that now. Okay, let's say that, Doug, because that's what it is. Because we're sitting up here calling ourselves, and we have came comfortable with it.
Yep.
We're not even black. You know what I'm saying? So for her to be in the political world, why are you calling yourself black anyway? Wouldn't you put something else on it? African American, Indian, Black Indian, something.
And she ain't even straightened it out to say,
What?
hey, I'm
Yeah,
black or I'm not. She ain't said nothing.
yeah. Because I heard what Trump said. I saw that little video, and he called her clean out. He said, "Well, I never knew she." He
You
said, "I
know
never
Trump
knew
gonna
she
do
was
that.
black." You know. Hey, y'all gotta realize Trump is a Gemini. Hey, he ain't holding nothing back.
Nah,
Anything the
he
way he
not.
feel, he's gonna say it.
Gemini all day. He is a Gemini
He's
for real.
going.
Trump got
I'm
the
a
twin.
Gemini
Trump
And
got
I'm a
double
represent.
personality.
period. And I'm a Gemini. And I'm standing up 10 toes.
Oh, lady, see a
Yeah.
Gemini.
Jim's in the building. I don't
Oh,
know
we
why I
got
didn't know you
y'all
was
got
so.
that double
I
personality.
know. I
You
did
got.
not know.
We
I did
should
not
have known.
know.
We should have
So
known. That's why
Marshall
we went.
Doc,
That's why
y'all
What's
we
see
up,
went.
what
Master Doc?
y'all see what Marshall Doc said?
He said
No,
black
what
people
you say?
always cut off their nose to spite their face. At least 85% of black people are mixed with other races. Wake up.
Exactly. Hello. Didn't I just say that? A lot of us
You
don't even
did.
know our backgrounds and where we come from. We not black. We
But
got
hey, Lady T,
Hey, but to
Lady
be
T,
honest, though, hey, he want to put that out there though. But
Lady
shit,
T.
most
What we
races
said
don't even
earlier
belong.
though, black in itself is a culture, right? Not
right. There you
not a
go.
race,
Absolutely. I agree
not
with that.
a
Color.
because see, like we said, like Kamala is self-identifying herself as an Indian. Do you think East Indians are claiming her as an Indian even now, even still? Like she
Right.
don't look like them, but she's self-identifying herself as one of them.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well,
although black is not a race and it's not about color and it shouldn't be about color or hue of color.
hello.
Uh, culturally, is Kamala Harris one of us? Let's just take the black word all the way off of there, and
Okay.
let's just say, well, Marshall or Marshall,
But
Doc
what
was
he
saying,
said or she
let's
said
But
up
ask
what is
there
that
her
was
question.
background? But what is her
it
Culturally,
background?
ain't
is
just
she
the
one of
black that's
us?
mixed though. It's all of us is mixed. The whites, the Caucasians, the
Exactly.
Indians, the
I mean,
Hispanic,
ain't
the Chinese.
nobody
Everybody
pure.
is mixed though. He can't
Ain't
just say
nobody
just black
pure.
people.
Ain't
Right.
nobody pure. But even
Yeah.
if you get a Mexican person who marries a Caucasian person,
Right.
eventually their children will decide which way they're going to intermarry back into their race.
Mm.
So it don't matter how much we have been mixed up with the African or the Caucasian or whoever else.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we tend to mostly intermarry back into our own gene pool.
Right. 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 Right.
So
Okay.
I understand the mixed thing,
Mm-hmm.
but mixed is not the part that we're talking about because I know some mixed people who identify as Caucasian people
Right. Right.
and
Yeah.
they do not say that they black. And I asked one lady that I
Mm-hmm.
work with, and I'm like, what's your ethnic background?
Mm-hmm.
And she told me, well, I'm mixed. Because she could have been anything. When she told me she was mixed, I said, okay, what you mixed with? And she told me initially, she said this conversation makes her uncomfortable. But we
Mm.
went into a 30-minute conversation. She told me that she was mixed with white and black. And I said, well, what do you identify as? And she told me that when she fills out applications, now she does not look like a Caucasian woman at all, at all. But she told me when she fills out applications, she puts down that she is Caucasian. She said, I know it sounds bad, but I grew up with my grandmother who she's Caucasian and that's just how I identify. Now
Mm-hmm.
the question is, I can identify, let's say because okay, I got some slave master ancestry a couple hundred years ago. Do you think I can go and say I'm a Caucasian man right now? I can identify as that? Because everybody's mixed with something.
Right.
Can I go and say I'm Caucasian? And they
You
gonna
you
No.
believe
can
me?
say it,
Are they
but
gonna
now
believe
they
me?
not gonna believe.
They ain't
Okay.
gonna
You can say
believe it.
whatever you want to say.
Well, no.
The
And when
fuck?
I show up to that job interview, what they gonna do? Like if they was looking for Bradley,
Mm-hmm.
we'll call you.
Mm-hmm.
So it don't matter what you self-identify as. You can self-identify as anything: a
Mm-hmm.
lion, a cat.
Right.
But
I know what you're saying.
she's not self-identifying herself as a black person. She's always said, "I am East Indian of Jamaica," and that's the crucial part about the Jamaican thing. Her father said that he is East Indian and Caucasian, not Jamaican.
Right.
So I don't know where we get this black thing from.
Right. It's something that they put on us, and
And our
it
skin
stuck.
color ain't even black though, so I don't
It became
understand why.
it
That's
became a
crazy.
trend. It became a trend, and people started to follow, because I mean that's how everything come about. Let's think about it. I mean, we don't if we wasn't around back then, we don't know what we don't know. So we don't know who started it, but I know where Mick started from. Just like that movie Life tell you that them slave masters was fucking them people. That's what happened. Truth be
Yeah,
told.
you know.
Yeah, truth be told,
But
that's
I
how
would
Mick
say
that's
there
how
is some black motherfuckers in the world though. Some dark skinned black motherfuckers.
But no matter
But
how,
our
no,
definition of black is not. I don't think when we say black, it's not about the color black.
Yeah.
yeah,
I
not no.
think our
But
definition
when
of
they
black
start,
is a
when
generalization of who we are
right,
as a people, and we shouldn't have never uh grabbed onto that back in the. I say it
I,
loud. I'm black
I'm
and I'm
black and
proud.
I'm
Like we probably shouldn't even jumped on that train back in that day. Black Panthers, black this, black that. We
mm,
probably shouldn't have jumped on that train. But when we did start saying that, it still only identified the Americans who are darker than the Europeans who
mm-hmm,
were here. It had nothing
Mm-hmm.
to do with so the Africans are coming here, so now they're black too.
But I think
right,
back then though, as the slaves being called black and stuff like that, and
mm-hmm,
the N word and stuff, they kind of felt that, and then that's when they started saying that I'm black and I'm proud because they was being called black, and then the N word
right,
and stuff like that. So they probably was like, oh yeah, we go just inherit this motherfucker and say that's what we are, type
right,
shit.
yeah. Nah,
And
I love
we did grab that word. We did.
we
But
did
my whole thing is they say that black is different than Negro, but it's the same word. It's
right.
just different languages.
It's the
It
same thing.
You
it
know
is,
what I mean? But as far as we grew up with it though, we
yeah.
grew up with it meaning black Americans. We gave everybody else a pass to the barbecue because they look like us.
Mm.
And only come to find out later on, they don't even like us.
I mean, look at the
At
Haitians.
all.
Look
Yep.
at the Haitians. They look just like us, all of them. And you won't know that they Haitian until they start talking.
Yep.
They skin color is the same and everything. They don't even look like Africans.
Hey, Marshall, what have you done for the
Well,
black
you know, a lot
community?
of Haitians,
What have you done for the
they
black
got a
community?
lot of slave ships got dropped off in Hades though too.
What have you done for the black community?
Who?
The Marshall
Marshall.
nigga in the comments.
What'd he say? Cause I ain't
What have
see
you,
it.
what have you done for the black community?
And I'm
Oh,
saying,
us?
It said
He
ask
probably ain't
yourself.
black.
I was asking him what has he done.
Oh,
Cause I definitely do stuff. I could do more, but
We doing something right now. How about
that's
that?
that's right. And is.
He probably ain't black though.
Ain't no telling. It don't
It
even matter.
it don't, cause the show must go on. Don't one monkey don't stop no show. Period.
Well, monkey don't stop no show.
But no, to say all that to say y'all, you actually right, Andre. Like, it is more of a cultural thing that we have created with our black people. But I do believe um it is something within our skin color that does have such a power, a boldness. Like we could be walking, a black man can walk down the street, and it could be the other race on the other side, and they'll move out the way. You know what I'm saying? Just stuff like that that I've always noticed within our race. We do hold a sense of power. And it's not like anybody's less powerful or anything. It's just we stand on ours. We stand in ours. You know.
And that all goes back to when we used to have to step off the sidewalk if a Caucasian person was coming, and we
Right.
couldn't look them in the eyes. Like dealing with that is what made you black. Your answers. That's what made you culturally black. You know
Right.
what I mean? That's I'm still keep going back to saying Kamala's people, to my understanding, didn't have the experience that we had. Now,
Ab-
when she came here and she went to HBCU, did she have to get in and dig in like the black sisters? Yeah, she did. But she still said that she wasn't black,
yeah.
as far as
Doesn't
we're
want to be
concerned.
labeled as that though.
Huh?
I said I feel like she don't want to be labeled as black.
And she don't.
But that's okay because what's the reason behind it? Because Obama didn't have a problem with it. And we all knew Obama wasn't straight black. But he didn't have a problem with being called that because he was the closest thing that we had to it.
But Obama actually, although he was not black, he grew up also as black though. That's the
Right,
issue.
right.
I think, and I could be wrong, but I
No,
think that
you're
he
right. I
grew up
think you're
as a
right.
black person.
I think you're right because I believe he said that on one of his speeches or something that he had. But I know everybody made a big deal about that. And it's crazy because everybody had a sense of love for Obama. I'm not seeing that for Kamala. I mean, but I do believe it's more of the things she say as well that holds people back. You know, and that's what you got to understand. Like when you're a woman coming in, you at least want the women on your side, if not the men too. You know what I'm saying? But you got to figure out how to get both audience to agree with you. And I don't feel like she's doing that.
Yeah, she definitely ain't, because that's what we was talking about before. The gender war. I believe that they're putting black women up against black men
Absolutely. I agree with that.
right
I do
now.
I do agree with that, especially with this that's going on right now. I would definitely agree with that.
And it
I
ain't
mean, but
nothing.
if you think about it, it's always been like that.
It might have always been like that, but we can't keep that whole, just like Pam and Gina, the light skinned black sister against the dark skinned black sister. Like, when is that argument gonna end? Like, we
Right.
can't keep perpetuating it.
Right.
And the black men and the black women been against each other since they said, "Hey, we're gonna give you welfare and all of that other shit and kick your man up out the house."
Right.
Well, I'm on this podcast, but I'm gonna call y'all back when I get back.
But I don't know, I haven't been too political. Uh, I worked for the House of Representatives here in our state since I was 19 till I was like almost like 29.
Mhm.
And so I was around a lot of that stuff back in the day. And I always said I want to return down there as a lawmaker. Um, I do think it's important that we do get more of our own people to represent our own interests, though. So I think it's mute to be saying that she ain't black and she ain't black. Well, how about we get black people in office, though? That, I think that's one of the biggest things that we should be focused on right now. How
Absolutely.
about we get people to understand, like, yeah, you can run too. You might not know how to do it, but why not run?
Right.
You
Right.
might not win, but hey, shit, you might win.
Yeah,
Right.
at least you did it. At
Right.
least you did it.
At
Right. The,
least you did it.
the thing is trying. Did you try?
And most people are afraid to fail. I think that's what it is. They don't want to be looked at like this or that. But like, we got a lot of lawyers, we got doctors, we got a lot of prominent black figures who possibly could win. They might have skeletons in their closet too, which they don't want to come out because they might pull them out. Yeah, didn't you suck a dick over there on Third Street? We
Okay,
remember you. We remember you.
who don't
You know what I'm saying? But
who
just
don't got skeletons in the closet? They just don't know. You know, when you in the public eye, that's when stuff come out. But everybody got a little bit of something, something that they don't want anybody to know.
everybody got a little something, something, except me.
Like, yeah, okay, Andre, you probably got the most.
When I run, don't nobody say shit. But that was an awesome guy.
Okay, say that then.
He was on Truth Be Told. They had booty talk, but I'm still voting for him because he knew how to make a booty talk. No,
Oh my gosh, you was retarded.
Yeah, because you was kissing it.
but nah. I just think that the argument shouldn't even be if she's black or not. It should be way more of our people from our community running. Period. And they can quote me on that. And I say that if Kamala isn't black enough, then it's your fault for not running or having somebody that is qualified to be black enough. That's the problem. So let's go back to the drawing board, whether
Yes.
she wins or not, and
Hmm.
let's find us somebody who's
I
qualified.
I agree with that. I
Win
told
or lose, we need to find somebody who's qualified. If that's the case, it shouldn't be about black or white. And I understand why people are rallying because we need people who are not like the traditional presidents, but it don't even matter who the fuck we vote in if they're not doing something for our community.
right.
I think that is one of the major things. There she
Hmm.
go. But the question is, what are they doing for our community? If they're not doing nothing for our community, then it don't matter if they black, white, purple, alien,
I had to get to
from
the
the
house.
Pleiades,
No,
Mars.
it don't. I agree with that.
None of that shit even matters though. But you ain't gonna tell me that the only thing that you running on is I'm gonna allow black women to kill y'all babies or
But
unalive y'all babies.
saying that she's gonna change that
That's what she's been running on. That's one of her biggest things that she's been talking about.
to bring back the abortion.
She's gonna protect the right to choose.
Have y'all
Which
already
is
talked about that?
we did not go into that because I was gonna say Margaret Stringer. Because I was going to go all the way back to the person who even started Planned Parenthood and what her mission was
Hmm.
until they understood that this Planned Parenthood is unaliving the babies is affecting our birth rate also. So now you have things like the Supreme Court saying, "Hey, gonna have to get rid of this big dog and leave it up to the states." Uh, but I just believe initially it was for us to kill our own children, and we fell for it. And that is now something that she's running on eugenics. You're going to be able to unalive your babies. And that's the only thing I've heard her say besides stealing Donald Trump's servers won't be taxed for their tips thing. Like, I don't know anything else that
Or
she's running on.
another way for population control. That's
We
what
got 5 viewers.
Our population control.
right. But honestly, I mean, since we are on that topic, I do have questions because I would like to know, what do y'all think about abortions? Honestly, when you're a certain age and it's sort of kind of out of your control, um, that's something different that your parent will have to decide or whatever. But I do Now, I do believe it should be an age limit, but I also believe that it should be a way that you decide based on your situation. And the only reason why I say that is because, I mean, unless you just give it up for adoption, I mean, that is an option. But I know some people who, you know what, get done to them, and they feel disgusted to where they feel like they don't have a choice because they didn't ask for what happened to them to happen to them. And I'm just so grateful that that never have happened to me, and I pray for everybody out there who that has happened to, and you did have to get rid of your baby because of that situation. But honestly, like, I love kids, so I would suggest just keep fucking having them. Like, hey, at the
Shit, keep fucking having
I
them.
mean, yeah, you laying down doing what you got to do to get them. But I know that sometimes people are stuck in different situations where they feel like financially they can't do it, or it's not the right time. But you know, you always got to think about it like, when was it ever the right time when you had kids? It's a pop. We always going through something. Inflation always going up. I mean, it's the same thing. And all they gonna do is keep giving out more food stamps until they until they can't, you know. So I just think, like, honestly, don't kill your babies. Um, like I said, if you were young and something happened, then you know that's between you and God and your parents. But if you overgrown and you know what you're doing, you got two options: wrap it up, or, well, I guess three, but wrap it up, have a baby, or get rid of it. But I would suggest, you know, not doing it. And that's just my opinion. So how do you feel, Tay?
I'm gonna say this: if you're an atheist, go ahead.
What?
Atheist,
Okay, I've heard of that, but you're gonna have to.
somebody who don't believe in God. If you're not a Christian, you know what I'm saying. Go ahead and go to the chop shop every time.
But I don't think it should be about
I know,
that.
but hold on. I just don't think that abortion should be thought of as birth control.
Right. Heck, no. Especially
Uh,
option.
but if you believe in the Bible, if you claim to be a Christian,
Hmm.
we know that Jesus said, if you believe in Jesus, he said, if you will to enter the kingdom, thou shalt do no murder. If
Right.
you want to enter the kingdom,
Right.
and then people, oh, he gonna forgive me for it. You know what I'm saying? We can go deep into that, you know. But if you see and knowing that after you received uh the salvation, there
Hmm.
is no more remission of sin for you.
I
So
Tay
like
phone me.
me,
No, Tay.
uh
Hold on.
What you say? My bad.
Your phone was messing up.
Oh yeah, it was messing up. I'm still trying to fix it real quick. Give me like two
Okay.
more minutes.
Okay.
I was gonna say I don't think like if you believe in the Bible, if you're a Christian and you talking about oh it's okay to kill babies, then you have a problem. And yes, it is between you and God. You know what I'm saying? But as real Christians, you're supposed to be the example. Like, nope, I can't even vote for somebody who is saying this. Just like the whole the Rainbow Coalition thing.
Hmm.
Like they want to teach your kids this stuff in school and be okay with it. If your daughter get beat up by a boy because they wrestling or boxing, that's okay. Like,
No.
but these are the things that people don't know that they're voting for, and they don't even care. That's why we was talking about vote blue no matter who. Motherfuckers rather vote if it was Kermit the Frog running as a Democrat. Black people gonna vote for Kermit the Frog
Because it's a Democrat.
just because it's a Democrat.
Just because he's a Democrat.
I always been told that we supposed to vote for the Democrat. Look,
Exactly. Black
that's
folks grew up like that.
I was always told that, and I
I
didn't
was
know.
always told that too. No
Now
matter what, vote
I'm
Democrat. No
I was
matter what the policy is, vote Democrat. I was always told that.
yeah, and we don't even know, but we don't know no better, y'all. Well, we do now, but we didn't then.
Yeah, you didn't in.
Yeah, because believe it or not, the Republicans they help us. We think they don't, but they do. I think they the ones who helped us get them stimulus checks.
The Republicans stand on money.
That part.
The
That
Democrats, I was told before that the Democratic Party was the ones that really had an input in slavery and stuff like that. I don't know how much that's true, but I heard that a long time ago.
mm,
So I don't know. Like growing up, we always been told lies and what we thought was true, and
mm-hmm.
things that was true that was lies, and we never know. Like things we were taught in school, things we thought was actually history was actually his story.
No, for real.
Yeah.
No, for real.
If you
That's
break down history, his story.
mm-hmm. His
Yeah,
story.
well, that's crazy.
Yeah, it do make you look at a lot of things different. I think that's when I start really that they put everything in front of our face without us knowing, and it's a matter of us seeing. You know, like we have eyes to see, but not just see. Is you know, a lot of us don't use that, and that's where a lot of it came from. With them being able to trick our people out their spots and stuff because they didn't know no better. They was only listening and seeing what was in front of them, but not really seeing what was in front of them. Like it really deep. But so we get a lot of people that's gonna be on board and understand that it's deeper than what we see. I mean, because a person could tell you anything, but are you going to go do your research? Do you know if this is true, or are you just going by
Mhm.
what they? You know what I'm saying? And that's what a lot of our cultural brown people do. That's what a lot of us do. We go by what we heard. You can go by what you heard, depending on what they told you. Okay, and half of the time
Mhm.
telling you the right goddamn thing. And that's what our people did. They listened to it. You know, they had their heads on straight when they got up out of who was that Harriet Tubman, got them up out of there. But then when they got to where they, thought they was supposed to be, because I still don't think they got to where they was supposed to be, but they got away. Started listening to. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be right. That's who it was that put stuff in their head, and they started to go. They ain't had no choice. Half of them was scared. They was just happy to be free. Well, half. I feel like how are we free and they
You going in and out.
okay.
Can't hear you. You going in and out.
I think it's back now. I can see her.
I can see her, but I can't hear her. She going in and out when she's talking.
You can't hear me.
Say,
Say
sis.
something else.
I can hear you when you just said that though.
Can you hear
Say
me?
something. Okay, you
Yeah.
good.
I think Dre went out too. I don't see him.
Yeah, he went out probably like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. But yeah, I just was basically saying it's just a lot of stuff that, you know, our cultural we don't do enough research. We just go by what people say and
That's true.
that's it. Like You don't never look at stuff to see if it's true, or you just go by what somebody tell you. And that's not good.
Yeah.
So I
That's how we was brainwashed. That's how we was brought up to
yeah.
go by what people tell us.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
That's messed up. It's
So
crazy.
I do want to. Well, I guess we better wait till Drake come back in, because I was gonna say I think we should go on and switch up the topic.
Me too. That's
But I
cool.
mean, it's up to y'all. Who
I'm
am
good
I,
with it.
Lady T? See,
Lady T, that's who you is, Lady T.
I did kind of want to switch it up a little bit. Just kind of, spice it up for our viewers and stuff, because they like to hear a little multiple of different categories, not just the
Of
same.
course. But what you got
Most
though?
definitely.
Sure, I did have some notes, but we can really freeball it, really, because we already an hour in, or what is y'all, almost 2?
Yeah, we are 40 minutes in.
Yeah,
Almost two. Well, what's your notes though? It was Carlton Day, but he didn't even come in.
I know. That's why I was like, man, out of all the days, his day, he don't want to show up. Ain't that crazy? We gotta get
Yep.
on him. So
Yep.
ain't nobody talk to him.
Brother, I talked to him like when we like first was about to go on or whatever. He said that he was gonna be late, and then he ended up saying that he wasn't gonna be able to make it. Like, dang, it's your show, it's your topic, but he wasn't able to make it. So he didn't say what happened, but it is what it is.
Yeah. It's okay. We still made this topic happen because
That
we had to keep it rolling.
we definitely did that. Hold on, y'all. Look, yeah, we definitely did that.
Oh yeah, we did it. We was in for a minute before you even came.
I know, cause Dre texted me when y'all first got on, but I told him I wouldn't be on for a minute. So
But you
Yeah.
said you say that all the time though, so we know you
yeah,
chime in when you can.
yeah.
Yeah.
I already know I ain't gonna leave y'all hanging. I got to show up.
Show up and show out.
Have we already talked about I feel like we have already talked about this topic, but it was I was saying, like, how do you prefer your lady or man to dress? Like,
Oh, that's a good one.
yeah, and reason I
I
came up
don't
with
remember talking about that.
Now
huh?
we ain't talked about that.
We ain't talked about that.
Where is Dre? He needs to tune back in.
That's a
Text,
topic that he
text.
need to comment on, chime on.
Did he say something about his phone or anything?
No, he
He just
did.
went out.
Or maybe he had something to do real quick. I know he coming back in. He always do that. Um, well, I guess I started
You,
off.
you can go ahead and start it off.
Okay,
Right.
okay, so basically, y'all, I just feel like this. Like, I had recently, and I'm just being real transparent. I don't care. Y'all know how I am. I just like to keep it real. So, and
Okay.
this is truth be told, baby.
Truth be
Don't
told.
be
Truth be
told.
told. Period. But okay, so like I was going through a little situation where I was trying to get over my ex. So I had a guy at work, and I mean it was cool. Cool. Never supposed to be nothing.
You going in and out again.
Going in and out. Did you say? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you
I
now.
can hear you now, but you was going in and out.
I want. I but so I basically was saying, like, I had a situation, and so I was trying to get over someone, and I don't recommend you doing this because this is crazy. Like, so I was just actually just talking to the guy. Like, it was never supposed to be nothing more than just like, hey, let's kick it. We may have lunch here and there because we work together. So it was never supposed to really go past that or whatnot. So Um, saying all this to say, I'm gonna kind of speed it up because I don't want to talk about it too long. I just had a moment, but anyway, so everything was just supposed to be cool. And one day I looked up and I realized that my appearance and the way I dress didn't match his. And it wasn't like I never thought about it at the beginning because we were just cool. But once I seen that he actually liked me more than just like me, and it was gonna go to the next level or whatever. Well, it didn't because I had to take a step back and realize what was happening here. Like,
Mhm.
he was actually falling for me, and I was more on the side of like, hey, I was just my ex. Like, I wasn't trying to move into a relationship or anything. But not only that, but I'm just saying it's like I like to look nice. Like now on a bad day, like I was always taught, and this comes from the home. I was always taught, you don't just go outside looking any type of way, right?
Right. Right.
If I'm at the store, yeah, I may not be dressed up, but I'm not gonna be looking crazy. I'm gonna be presentable for the store because you never know who you're gonna run into and when you're gonna run. You know, always that's stay right. So I would say that I like someone to match my fly. Like if you can't be bummy and try to be walking with me because I'm not bummy. Like and on my bad day, a person can see that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to be funny or act like I'm all that or none of that. I'm just saying
Right.
that I was always taught to, I grew up from like I I grew up in a nice household. Like I wouldn't say but we wasn't at so I've been fashion shows. I've done model, like I've done a lot. So
Uh-huh.
my appearance have always been very high to me. Like that's something that I take. So if I'm dating someone, I don't even care if we're just hanging out. Like to me, hanging out is still a date. Like if y'all going somewhere together, that's still a date. I don't care if it's to the park.
Right.
Like you're with somebody, y'all talking, that y'all date, that's a date. So I started to realize that I had to back up, like up, and I didn't really know how to tell him because like he was a nice guy. Don't hold me. I'm not. He was very nice. He had a couple flaws here and there, but it was more about the appearance to me. And some people just don't care. Like if they can think like, oh well, I'm the shit regardless, because he's actually said that. And I've looked
Wow.
like, woo,
Hmm.
like that's
Wow.
all the shit, like because then I must be the whole motherfucking bathroom. Because if you are just the shit, like I got to be everything. Because I'm saying
Ain't that it?
that's not it. That's not
Ain't
it.
that it?
So,
Ain't that
The
it?
whole
You
motherfucking bathroom.
some
so
people need to know that because they be a little, yeah, you might need it to tell them.
which I in a nicely way. You know what I'm saying? So your appearance, but also your smell. I want to smell you before I see you. If I got a blindfold on, I want to know that's my man right there because I know what he wear. I know how he smell. You know,
Hmm.
like I want you to be at. We ain't gotta always match like dress in the same colors and all that. I don't really care about all that. Just match my swag. So when we walk in together, being seen, a person
Hmm.
like, ah, yeah, I know that's her woman. I mean, I know that's his woman, or I know that's her man. You know what I'm saying? Like we can be on the other side of the looking for each other, but once we link, ah, yeah, just we just got that same way. And that's all I would say. It ain't never got to be like, if you're the type who don't wear stuff, that's okay. You gotta wear no all the time. Dress for the occasion. Know how to dress when to dress. You know what I'm saying? When we chilling, we chilling. But when we popping out and stepping out, I need you to get what they say, PTSO. That
Yes.
put that shit on. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because I'm
Yes.
gonna return the energy. You ain't gonna ever be disappointed, baby, when I'm coming outside with you. If it's
So what
anything,
y'all? Doug
your
sent me a text message.
to make sure you stay close because it's gonna be people watching. Okay.
Doug, what you talking about, man? Lady T want me to answer what?
I said,
You asked him a question, Lady T. Ask him again.
okay, so how do you want your woman to dress?
How do I want her to dress?
Yeah.
Oh shit. What you
Yeah.
mean? Like when?
He want her in her birthday suit.
So I know when you in the house. So I would just say this, like, far as like being in public, like, what does your woman look like? What does she have on?
So let me just start out with, because I want to do this. I'm gonna go off topic real quick. People ask me, "What are you looking for in a woman?" Type shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can always just start out with what I don't want in the motherfucker.
Right.
So with that being said, anytime her areolas got pasties over them, and you can see through like it's a fishnet, uh, cat suit, or she wearing lingerie out in public. Like
Mm-mm.
hell no, I don't give a fuck if it's a girls' night and all the other girls are doing it. Like clearly, if you want to do it, you're not my girlfriend.
Right.
You're not my woman, should I say? Now, if we just sleeping around, I can still be a
Advertising. The what?
Hello. Can
What
y'all hear me?
happened?
much as I think I am. But I
So you
still
went
say if you
out.
meet her like that, you got to know you ain't gonna be able to change her. But that goes to the point of your woman. So my ideal woman, hell no, she ain't dressing provocative in any kind of way in public because if I go outside with a wife beater on, ain't she gonna say some shit? Why you got a wife beater on? You know what I mean? If I go, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers, it's always someone it ain't even that deep on your end as a man. When it ain't
Right.
even that deep on your end as a man, you just going outside with a wife beater on or with your t-shirt. You ain't even got a shirt on. It's different than you going outside with your titties out. Like, but I think I should have a say so. I
I
should
I agree
have a say
with that.
so.
I agree with that.
They say that might be misogynistic, but I just feel like I should have a say so on what my woman wears outside, and what everybody else do. Fuck it. I mean, advertise away. But then
I
you can't get mad if somebody come up to you and only want to have sex with you. Ain't nobody gonna really walk up to you wanting to be your husband, and you out here dressed like a 304
mm-hmm.
That's right.
What you say, Doug?
on the
All right.
spot.
What's the question again?
How would you like your woman to dress?
I would like her to dress accordingly. Especially when, yeah, the only time I want you to dress like a whore is when we in the house.
Okay.
When I can take the attire off. But
Okay.
if we going out or whatever, I want you to cover up your titties. I want you to wear a bra on
Right.
so your titties won't be hanging.
And your nipples ain't sticking out everywhere.
Of course. Of course. I
Oh,
want
you
that
trying
shit
to show
standing
that
up
you got them pierced, huh? Oh, okay.
at yeah, I want her to be covered up pretty much because I don't want you advertising to another nigga. Basically, when females go out like that, you call that advertising. If you go out
Mm-hmm.
like that, looking like that, it means you're looking for something. So
Mm-hmm.
I want
And
her to go out dressing
anybody can
accordingly,
get you.
huh?
That means anybody can get you for the
Yeah,
right price.
Mm.
yeah.
I mean, for the right status. I just believe if you going out like that, the right handsome looking guy with the
Mm.
right swag and the right personality and the right amount of financial thing, you going.
Mm. Damn. Is that right?
Right.
You
Well,
are going because
it is
you're
what it
not
is.
modest. Your mindset is not about your man at home. This is what I used to do.
Mm.
I used to date this girl. I be wanting to say people's name, man, but I used to date this girl, Doug. Her name started with D, and we used to go to Trimmers back in the day. You remember back in the day with Trimmers?
I know exactly what you're
Um,
talking
Now this girl would get upset if she saw me dancing with anybody, or she saw a girl dancing on me.
Mm.
Now, if I came up on her and she was dancing on a nigga, I better just think, feeling like I'm going home with you. You tripping? I'm going home with you anyway after the night. Like hell, nah, it's a respect thing. I don't give a fuck if you coming home with me or not.
Right.
You are presenting yourself to these niggas like they got a chance. If
Another.
not tonight, another night,
about. Another night.
a nigga can get you. And these days, you can't have my number, but you can have my Instagram.
Mm. Is
So
that how they do it now?
how the fuck you dressing does matter because it's saying that I'm still available.
Right.
If you married and you dressing like that, your husband is tripping.
Yeah.
Like he don't care about you cheating, and you cheating in his face most
Yeah.
of the time anyway. Because if you care about and you respect your man, you are
Mm.
not about to step out. You ain't, I be in Walmart and I see dudes or Meyer, uh, and they walking with a girl. She got on them like spandex type of like short things or whatever. And her booty cheeks, whole
Oh,
booty cheeks
yeah.
hanging out. And a
Mm-mm.
nigga will get mad if you looking at her booty. Like nigga, you should be mad at yourself for letting her come out like that. Cause I'm gonna look like we're gonna fight. Nigga, what? Like
Exactly.
I turn around, turn my head. He looking back. Well, you should be looking at her booty too.
Right.
You looking at the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm. I
But
agree.
body positivity is a new thing that's going down, and I just do what you do. But I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna be my woman, just like if I was your man, I can't operate like I'm a single. As your man, I can't be out here getting motherfuckers' phone numbers and meeting up with bitches at the hotel. I can't do that if I'm your man. So I think that you should respect me as your man and not be wearing provocative clothing out in the
Right.
house.
I believe that if you're in a relationship, you should definitely consider that. Should nobody else see your breasts, your nipples, or none of that
Right.
except your man? And if
Mm-hmm.
there's an outfit that you want only him to see, okay, you should be at his house or at y'all or he at your house, whatever, and show him that. But I just don't. Even when you go out on a date with your man and you want to be sexy, there's a whole lot of sexy outfits that you can wear for your man.
What's up,
That
man? Right there, bud. You all right? Celebrities tonight, brother. All right, I'm great, man. I'm good, man. You been getting any listings? I got
Dre,
things
move
cracked. Let
your
me move my
phone.
mic. You got any listings? Hold on, man.
Okay, so
okay, sorry. Um, but I felt like that. You can have that outfit on for him, and it can still be presentable. You can still be sexy.
mm-hmm.
You don't have to be homely, but if you're going to be sexy for your man, just make it presentable when y'all out. Don't make it to the point where your cheeks is hanging out,
Mm.
is about to fall. I mean, completely out to where all you got covered is your nipples. That if that you know what, and it's really to each his own because some men want their women like that.
And
But
I'm gonna
however, I
say
that's
that.
sketchy for me. That's sketchy. Like, cause why? Why are you not saying something? If you want me to come out the house looking good with you, I can look good and be covered up. But why would a man enjoy his woman coming out with him half dressed? It's almost like you want somebody to see your goods. It's like a showboat. You know what I'm saying? Just because she look good don't mean everybody else got to see what good she got.
Right.
So,
So how
but
do you feel about that when it comes to your man? Like,
oh
is
yeah. So
on your man address?
yeah. So I I can't say that I'm real big on like you gotta dress like this, but I think there is an appropriateness um
Mm-hmm.
to be appropriate for the event.
Mm-hmm.
And just
So
like I
no
feel
zaddy
like
shorts. No zaddy shorts.
no daddy shorts, and the event. If the event is not called for them gray sweatpants, I really
Oh nah, now
Please
hell
don't
I
nah.
wear
You
don't
can't
think
say
you should
nothing
be
about the
wearing them.
sweats.
don't wear the gray sweatpants.
You
Leave
can't
them
say
gray
nothing about the gray sweats
sweatpants.
now.
Hey, them gray sweatpants be
Man.
listen. That's how them people be giving them Instagram numbers, them gray sweatpants, okay?
Yeah.
Like, so I just feel like it's a whatever is appropriate for the event. And let me say this. Just like I think a woman needs to listen to her man about like if he inviting you to an event, he might have a vision of how he wants y'all to come out. And you might have this outfit that you got in mind. Oh, I want to look like this. And your man might be like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Can you wear this? Because I love how you look in this. And we would look so great together because this is how I envisioned us. And okay, she needs to listen to him.
Hmm.
But vice versa. There might be an event and she might not be trying to tell him how to dress. But maybe there's like, oh, baby, I love when you wear that jacket. That jacket sets off your muscles, and I just love the way you look in it. Like I think it'd be good if a man can lighten up and listen to his woman on that too, because some women can, baby, we can dress our men. I can shop for my man if
So
I
I
know
don't
my
think it's a
man.
problem unless you want him to dress like he dusty or something. I think
Oh,
a lot of women know how to get their man together. But
Right.
some dudes that
right,
might not have a swag until they lady show
Hmm.
them, hey, you need to wear
right,
this size. Your
yes,
shit might be too baggy right now. Or you
yes,
might be doing this right now. Like,
yes.
not saying that, or she might want you to dress more like a elegant person. Like, hey, baby, let me get these suits for you and put you together so you can
Hmm.
be ready for these business opportunities. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Like,
Right,
I don't think like a woman ever gonna steer a dude wrong as far as what to wear. And I
Yeah.
don't think a real man who wants his woman, he ain't gonna steal her. If he got fashion, he ain't gonna be like, wear these booty cheek shorts.
Right.
right.
I don't think it's gonna happen like that. But a woman can always, if she got taste, can
There
Hmm.
you
always
go.
put her man together.
Yeah.
Now,
I agree.
sometimes she might not have taste and she might want you to look dusty. That's why I be like, don't
Uh-uh.
wash my clothes. Let me wash my own clothes because you ain't about
Right.
to shrink my shirts
Uh-uh.
and shit I
No,
want to
freak
wear
this
to the
shit.
club. This
Right.
What?
tonight I go to put my shit on. My shit two sizes too
Walk
small
around
now.
with monkey shirts and shit.
Right.
Now
The
I
fuck?
enjoy my man looking good. We will not be
Period. Hey, I need that.
listen and
I need,
smell
like I
good because
said,
I
I
will be
need
the
you to
one
smell
buying
my.
your cologne. Shoot, I'll go in there in Macy's real quick and buy that cologne. Ooh, I love when my man smell like this. Bought and come
And
home
that's
in a bag, baby. Here.
and that's a red flag though. You want me to you buying cologne so I can smell like another nigga that you dated before.
Oh,
No, I'm talking
Another
about the
nigga that smell
Hell
cologne.
like
nah.
Sniff
No,
on.
how you
no,
gonna
Hell
no,
smell like
nah.
her
no,
dad or her
no,
Like she used to
grandpa?
Sniff
no,
on. Like
no. I'm
Hell
talking
nah.
you
about
have
a
another motherfucker
cologne
that
that
smell
he
like weed.
wears. I'm talking about a cologne that he wears that I like how he smell. I'm gonna go to Macy's
What
But
if he
you
ain't
and
no
bought from
ring him
cologne?
another
up.
nigga, right?
What if he ain't no cologne god though?
He
That
How you
might
gonna
not
matters.
pick
be
out his
cologne
scent?
guy. It's gonna be
If
something
he
I like.
wear it, then
That's
he
like a girl making you a
Nice
sandwich
on.
and she didn't ask you what kind of sandwich you like.
Hell no,
She
I'm
done
not
made you
saying
another
go.
nigga
No,
sandwich.
you
Ain't
didn't
that a
twist it
bitch?
that. You didn't
look
twist
at
it that.
Dre.
I
So that same
said I'm
cologne that
going
you
to
bought for
go
another
get
motherfucker, you'll
the
buy for the new
cologne
motherfucker.
that he like. I said I'm going to go get a cologne that I like to smell him in because he already wears it.
But what if
Hello?
he don't? What if he
You
ain't a
didn't say
cologne
if he
person
always
though?
wears.
If he's
That's
not
what
a
I
If
cologne
he
said.
always
person,
wear it, Dre,
I'm gonna get you this Ishimiyaki, and now the
no.
last nigga you was with wore
Oh,
Ishimiyaki.
she said that he always wear, meaning he
yes.
it.
She
But what if
just
he
said
don't?
that. She just said that before though.
We was talking
What I
about you
said
putting your man
before,
together though. We was talking about
no.
you putting your man together and he don't know. Let's keep it in context.
I said
You
I will
said
be
he
the
don't.
one to go buy my man's cologne, which means I will read him up. I have never ever selected my man's cologne. I have only looked at what he wears and I like when he puts that on. Okay, I know that that's what he likes. Okay, I'm gonna go and read him up. He ain't gonna have to read himself up. Baby, I
Right,
love when you smell like that. Here's a gift. I bought you some
right.
cologne. That's how I do. I have never ever selected my man's cologne ever. Even if he don't wear cologne, it's
Hell
gonna be
no.
something that he likes that makes him smell good. Whatever it is, I'm saying whatever it is that I
Right.
like that my man has on, whether it be dress material, whether it be smelling good or whatever. If I see that he likes
Y'all
that
have
and
a
I
good
like
one
when
now.
he has that, I'ma re him up.
Dry ass is retarded.
He retarded. He keep trying to flip it. It ain't no flipping over
Hey,
here.
big
I'm
money.
straight thing.
I'm gonna hit you up, man. I got you. I got all y'all phone numbers still. I'm sorry, man. It's somebody they should buy and sell houses with. I saw at Meyer trying to get some milk. But now I understand what you're saying though. But the thought process is, please don't put another nigga cologne on me just because
Hell no.
somebody else smell good in it.
Yeah,
I would
no.
never do no shit like
That's
that.
like
Never.
me. I
Never.
love spells, but I ain't about to go buy it and tell a girl, hey, you need to wear this for me. Because
Right.
look, nobody I used to date wore it. The first time I smelled it, I was at Northwest, like, what the hell is that? And somebody said, it's cucumber melon. And I found out it wasn't cucumber melon. It was something called love spells. The people don't even wear it no more. That's that old stuff.
Yeah,
But
it's
see, I like it
Yeah,
though.
they don't wear cucumber melon no more. They used to be the shit.
I
I still
like it.
got
So,
cucumber melon on my dresser.
I thought
like,
they
if
were
I like
selling
it,
them
then
though.
maybe you should buy some and then put it on when you see me.
right.
So I could
Right.
be like, oh shit, see, listen. You
Right.
know what I'm
That's
saying?
it. That's
If you
it.
tell me, hey, I don't know what man cologne, because I'm trying to get into cologne.
Mm-hmm.
I know they got that new pheromone thing, and there's a lot of different things out here.
It's so many
Um,
different
I
things.
like
It's just
that Mariah Carey in the purple bottle and that Lolita. The Lolita's cold.
Oh,
I just
okay.
don't want you trying to put something on me that some other guy got your little panties wet.
Oh no,
uh-uh. Uh-uh.
straight
Then you
ass.
like, because I just feel like that. Like every time you smell me, you thinking about him or something.
Think about
And
that
even if
nigga.
Oh,
your
wow.
brain don't work like that, I just don't want to feel like that.
Right. Nah,
Yeah.
I see what you saying though. Like
Right.
general, like I wouldn't, but as a if a woman was to do some weird ass shit like that, that would be weird
That's
because
weird.
I wouldn't go out and buy something that I don't know if this person like it. Like I can't assume you like a
Exactly.
person like it because everybody is different. So I would never do nothing like that. Would nah.
And that stuff is expensive, girl.
Exactly.
What I look like spending money, I don't even know if he gonna like it.
Yeah, that's right.
No.
But if he ain't got no nose for cologne, he putting on whatever you think smell good. Because I don't think
Right.
a lot of guys is putting on cologne because they want to smell good for themselves.
Uh-huh.
Like motherfuckers used to put Brute on until motherfuckers tell, oh no, don't wear that. Or Axe spray. You know what I mean? Like, don't put that on. I don't want to knock off any kind of Axe sponsorship later on down the road, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
you gotta, I'm aware what, like, I do like what I like. I like shit like that. I think the first time I smelled Ishimiyaki or something, it smelled good. It was like a kind of like a sweet smell. It was, I don't
Mhm.
know. I like certain type of smells, but if I think I like something and I go around some women and I be like, and I look at their face and be like, that nigga stink. I bet y'all don't wear that shit no more.
Yeah, they might
It
not
don't
like it.
matter
You
what the
like
fuck
you.
I think.
Like I
I
like
would.
the Usher VIP, but a lot of females probably don't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I like to look like if in fact we're going out and we're trying to look a certain way.
Mhm.
I I don't know. I guess I'm an overthinker, but I try to go for what the event is.
Mm.
So,
Hmm.
I
That's
actually
acceptable.
it's different. So if you don't like suits, you know what I'm saying, and we go to a after five event, then it's like, okay, well, are you down with wearing a suit? Are you down with what are you comfortable with? Are
Right.
you comfortable with some slacks and a button up, like a polo? Like, what is your level of comfort when it comes to after five? And baby, I got my man's back the whole way. Like, so as long as we looking good, you ain't gotta look like everybody else. You don't have to have on a three-piece suit. but we will have to dress according to the event. I like my man to look good, and
Right.
I care about, and I have to be on. Let me be honest. Let me be real. For a while, I did not care about how I looked, not in public. I always cared about how I looked in public. But I mean, I didn't care as much when I was going through like stress or depression.
Hmm.
I didn't care too much. And I didn't take care of myself. And then as time went on, I realized that okay, if you're ready to date again, you gotta get yourself you
Right.
got to get yourself together, right? Like, put your big girl panties on and let's get this done. So, so that's the level I'm in now. Because when
Hmm.
I step out, I sometimes can go all out if it's that kind of event. Because I want to step out and I want to feel like I look good. I don't care if everybody else think I look good. If my man think I look good and I feel good, oh baby, it ain't nothing going stopping us that night.
Right. I heard that.
But hell nah, fuck all of that. And
But
that's why I say that.
I do believe.
Because if it's a suit and tie event, there is no way. If I was a lady, I'd be like, "Hey, my man, uh, you can just wear some slacks and a button up. Like you gonna be looking like you're the dustiest nigga in the motherfucker. Like we might as well not even go.
You ain't gotta look dusty to
That
have
make
a
that
Look,
that
if
brings
it
you
is
back
a suit
to
and
that
tie
brings
event, you
set it out.
cannot show up.
He brought her a different dress because she had on that colorful ass dress.
oh yeah.
On set it off.
Set it off. Yes, that was a topic.
And hell yeah, and that is the point. He looked at her like, oh hell no, he ain't do that. And ain't no way a motherfucker. She thought she looked good though.
Right.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? She thought she looked good, and maybe in certain circles she was the probably would have been the baddest motherfucker in the bar.
Yeah.
But that is not the event that we're going to, and I can't. You cannot be a representation of me
Hmm.
showing up looking like we just came from the hood. You just can't do that. So he took her somewhere, and she
All
wasn't
that
even
nice
used to
ass
any of
dress.
that. She wasn't used to any of that. And
Oh,
sometimes
you're
a
right.
person got to be willing to step outside of their own comfort zone. Like,
Hmm.
baby, I know that you don't like woo woo woo. You don't want to wear heels or stilettos or something. It could be compromises maybe in some of those areas, but you can't go into this event with your booty cheeks hanging out. Like if
Right.
I knew this is the type of girl she was, like you can't be Cardi B here, or I just can't bring you to this event. I just can't even bring you along. I won't even tell you about it. I just go by myself.
You're right. I had an issue. This reminds me of that, and I guess you're right because we went to Roof Chris. It was a birthday dinner thing, and we went to Roof Chris, and he did
What?
not. It was just like dressy casual. You know what I'm saying? But ladies was sexy, men was dressy casual. Like, however, he wore shorts and a t-shirt. He was clean. He smelled good, but the shorts and t-shirt was like, wait, this is not the event. Like, you seen the invitation. I said it so many times where, the dress attire, but when it was time to go, that's what he had on, some shorts and a t-shirt that matched the shorts, but like not dressy casual at all. And it was like it was a little bit embarrassing. Like I not even embarrassing. It was just kind of like it threw me off because he
Hmm.
looked good. It ain't like he looked dusty, but it was just like, dang, everybody was dressed. I'm talking about everybody was dressed up except him. He had on I'm like, dang, not a polo.
And I've been there before. I've been, well, I'm a
Do you
dress
think
regular, and then
comfortable?
I show up, I'm the dustiest motherfucker in the room. Like I said, hell no. If I know it's like one of my first realtor event. Hold on,
This nigga going to different places.
my first realtor event. I showed up. I didn't know it was like a They was doing like an award ceremony or something. I don't know. I forgot what it's called. But I showed up and I thought I was okay till I stepped in there. Everybody had on suits and ties, and I showed up looking like Andre from Hallville, and I was kind of shitty
That's
at myself. And so the next time I went, I made sure I had on a suit.
You showed
You know
out.
what I'm saying? I made sure I had on a tie because you can't be the dustiest one in the room. And if it's your man, you shouldn't let him step out and be the dustiest one in the room.
absolutely
And
not.
just like if it's your woman, she can't. Thank you too. She can't step out looking like she's Cardi B at the Met Gala or something. It's
What
not
Right.
gonna
people
work
say, you gotta pop out and show niggas.
because you're
Period.
gonna be judged by your peers. If y'all don't give a fuck about what nobody say, show up naked. It don't even matter. But like if you care on what your colleagues think,
Mhm.
if you in that kind of a world, then hey, like imagine somebody having an all white party and you the only motherfucker showing up with some black and some red or something on. Like everybody else follow
And
the rules.
that's gonna stand out. Yeah.
But I'm here, I'm me. I done looked at some of them they be having a rooftop parties and they had and I'm looking at everybody else following the rules and then I look at some people who just didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
Like if it was
We
my
got to
event,
try one of them, y'all.
you wouldn't if it was my event, the people who didn't follow the rules wouldn't even get in.
Period.
Because I'm like, this is what it is. Like I would love the money, but I can give you a refund also because
Hmm.
it is what it is. We gotta in 2024. Let's keep it real on the it's Kamala like us. Really, it don't even matter. She carried herself the way that I think that a lot of people should carry themselves in a professional manner. Like not pantsuits and shit like that, but like we shouldn't be Cardi B's and Young Thugs and shit. Uh, but she's not doing nothing for our people. She doesn't plan to do nothing for our people, and the way that we dress says a lot about us. People are saying they making it seem like listening to people like Fresh and Fit. They making it seem like all black people are Cardi B's and Young Thugs, and that is the totality of our people. And I'm
Mm,
saying, hell nah, it's doctors out here, it's lawyers out here.
right.
I think I was talking to Doug or somebody the other day. Even if she just work at like Wendy's or something, like she still can carry herself as a woman. It don't even matter what her occupation is. I guess the question is there a difference between a female and a woman? If there is a difference between a female and a woman,
Mhm.
uh, what or a lady, let's say that, because
Yeah, it is a difference.
what what makes a lady? What makes a woman versus just somebody who was born genetically a female?
Because a woman has standards. She she takes care of home. She knows, you know what I'm saying, what to do and what not to do. She can be independent regardless if a man is there or not. She's gonna take care of her man, her family, her kids. She's gonna know how to dress. Whatever her occupation is, she's gonna do it well. More than likely, if she is working at Wendy's, she's she's the head manager at Wendy's. You know what I'm saying? That's what a woman gonna do. A woman is going to try to be the best that she can be of her. Not saying that she's the best out here, but she's the best of her ability of her.
Yeah, the best she can be.
Exactly. I believe a female or a woman or whatever, if you put them side to side, you will know the difference. You would be able to point out which one is the female, which one is the woman. The woman is more than likely she's gonna have her hair done. Everybody don't wear nails, but her nails definitely gonna be painted if she don't got no nails on. Her feet gonna be done. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna be presentable. She ain't gonna have no bonnet on her head. You know what I'm saying? Just little stuff like that. Like you can always tell the difference of a real woman. A real woman, know how to clean up. And I ain't just talking about clean up at home.
Can I chime in?
So what makes? Let me ask the ladies this, because I know we us fellas gonna feel different. But what makes a man to y'all versus a boy
Ooh.
or male? We ain't gonna say boys. Ain't nobody boys. We ain't gonna be disrespectful.
Tay, I'm gonna let
Uh,
you answer first, cause woo baby, mine's might be long.
I'm fine too. I don't know, but let's see. Let's cut it short. Um, sure. So don't have a long list of what makes a man a man. A man's life from his children.
I can't hear you. Can y'all hear
yeah.
her?
Oh,
She
y'all
I
going in
heard?
don't.
and
All
out.
I heard was it.
Oh, am I breaking up real bad?
You
Mm-hmm.
were.
You were, now you good.
Now we can't hear you
Now
at
you're
all.
silent.
You gotta take your finger off the microphone.
Oh, is that better?
Say something else.
Is that better now?
Say
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
something
you
else.
good.
Say something else.
Say something else.
Go
Something else.
ahead.
Else.
Okay. Hold on. Sorry. Okay. So I feel like I don't have a long list of what a man has to do to be a man. However, I do feel like he's going to run his life. He's going to run his family's life. And I don't mean control. When I say run, I mean like he's going to be the head of that thing. And he is to take care of them children. I just feel like the list of what a man should do, look like, or be to be called a man, that's just not, that's not in my book. I feel like who he is and what he represents is definitely going to stand him up to be that man. There are people who are the man of their families, and I'm just trying to be honest, they're alcoholics. They are
Wow.
listen for real, but they are the men of their families. When I say families, I don't mean like just the kids and the wife. I'm talking about like the mama's gonna call you to come and baby fix this toilet. You know what I'm saying? I got a leak over here. Baby, I don't know how to pay this bill. Can you help me, son? So then you got grandma, you know what I'm saying? You know, chiming in on this man. He could be the man of his family and have a disability. He can still be the man in his own life, but don't have riches. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have that kind of a list that say this is what makes him a man. But baby, the man, the way he take care of his life and the way he take care of his family speaks volumes on what a man is. And it's crazy because in the Bible, I don't know if you believe in it or, but in the Bible, you know what I'm saying? The way a man carries his family and the way a woman gets praise from her man says if she's a woman and says if he's a man.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, everybody else around you can say, this is a man. But if your family, your household, your children can't speak well of you as the man in their lives, that's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. And I would have to just fall in and piggyback on that because
Hold
absolutely.
on, real quick though. So with what you just said, I'm sorry, Lady T, but what you just said. So if a woman, if the kids can't speak fondly of their mother, does that make her less of a woman?
Mm.
And yes, the Bible even speaks
Because I just
It's
want to keep this shit on the equal playing field because there are some mothers who are not 100% totally there for their children, and they could still handle business in this world,
yep.
and they could still represent everything. But if we was to keep it as a buck, like a
Mhm.
man isn't a man if he don't do this particular thing, but does it make a woman less of a woman if
Absolutely.
she
Yep.
isn't
Definitely.
It
looked at
better than
favorable? Because you gotta understand, not every parent isn't ideal either.
Mhm.
And just
Mhm.
because you was watching the Partridge Family does not necessarily mean that dad or mom gotta be like them.
That's right.
So, but if the kids, for some whatever reason, even if mom, let's say mom had to work two jobs and she wasn't able to be there every day, all day, because
Mhm.
she had to take care of the household and make sure that there was food and make sure everything. But the kids feel like, well, mom wasn't never there for us. Not that she was running off with niggas,
Mhm.
but she had to do what she had to do. But the
Mhm.
kids feel
Mhm.
just like if it was a man who had to work all the time because he got child support or he got all of this, but the kids feel
Uh huh.
he's not a favorable dad
Mhm.
or she's not a favorable mom. That makes them less of a mom or a man or a woman.
Now
That's
that's
my question.
something. Now you actually just spoke my entire life. Yeah, my mom was not home. My mom did not have time to teach me a lot of things. And because she worked so hard after her and my dad split up, she worked so hard to keep a roof over her head and just to keep things in motion. She worked two and three jobs. So I had to stand up and be that sister that gave baths at night, put kids to bed, made dinner. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying this to say, as a child, I did not understand why my mom would work two, three jobs and not be here. It actually made me feel like, dang, where's my mama? Everybody talking about they mama helped them with homework or they mama took them somewhere after school. And I did not get it. So when you say, if the kids speak ill of their mom because the mom wasn't around working, and you know what she was working and stuff, that's where we get into, can a child understand that? A child can't understand the responsibilities of an adult because they're not there. They haven't been there in life. So I would not put that on a scale of what if this is a situation
I
because
think
a
that
kid wouldn't understand that.
I don't think that would qualify as the same. A working mom is
Right.
definitely different from a mom that's just not there. Because they
Right.
don't want her. You know, my children, and it's crazy, because you would think, but I don't sugarcoat with my kids. I don't babyfy talk to them. I sit them down and I talk to them. You know what I'm saying? And then times when I'm working and they can't go somewhere that they, or whatever, I let them know who's providing for y'all. When y'all hungry, who's getting y'all the food? When y'all need shoes and clothes, who's doing that? And all them answers is you, you, you. Okay. How do you think I'm able to do that? Because you work.
Hmm.
Exactly. So when I'm not here, it's not because I don't want to be. It's because I love y'all. And so in order for me to do this, I gotta do this. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's a matter of, sitting your children down and helping them understand
Hmm.
doing and why you're doing it. And if they know that you're the only one that's doing it, now when they're smaller and they don't understand, that's
Right.
a different story. But when they get old enough and you can talk to them and let them know, you know, and they'll understand. But honestly, I'm so thankful and grateful that, I am able to be in my kids' life as much as I can now. Um, because I used to work multiple jobs and didn't have a lot of time. But now I'm able to take them to practice and pick them up and go to their games and, do all of that, because believe it or not, it's those things that matter, not just the part about taking care of them, but also being there for the small stuff, for the awards, for the ceremonies, for the game. You
Mm-hmm.
know, um, that makes a big difference
Mm-hmm.
because I'm gonna talk on the side of a father. My father he still is a great father, even though I'm a grown woman. He's still a great father. But my dad wasn't always at my events and games and things like that. But I bet you the outfit I had on, he paid for. The hairdo I had, he paid for. So it kind of was bittersweet because it was like, I knew he couldn't be there, but a part of him was still with me because I know that the stuff I had on is stuff that he helped me get, you know. And he didn't live in my home. So, my mother and father co-parented. So it was always different because he didn't live with me, but I was a daddy's girl. So I always made time where I wanted to go spend the night over my dad's and stuff like that. But I do know exactly what you're saying. Like when you say like it's a difference because it is. Like I would never be able to say that my dad is not a man because he is, you know, but he was not always there in times that I wanted him there, but he was a working hard man, a businessman. And he's actually is that person that you was talking about, Tay. Like he's not just my father. He's
Mm-hmm.
the son, he's an uncle, he's a goddad, he's a best friend, and he is that go-to person. And he has been like he's like the godfather of the family. Oh, nephew, I need a couple this, or I need you to come do this, or son, I need you here. So I definitely get it. And it's definitely a difference. But I'm gonna go back to what you were saying, when you talking about like what is a man, um, I would just say he's not only the strength, but he's the head. You know what I'm saying? But he's the backbone of
Mm-hmm.
the village. He's the one that so it's not really one particular thing that you could be like, oh, well, this make a man. No, because we got men out here that do different things, but I know when I see that man, that's a real man.
Mm-hmm.
But I would always go to the ultimate thing of, being able to take care of his family, you know, um, children, not just family as of, auntie, uncle, and mom, dad, stuff like that, but as well as his children. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like anything that you produce out here, you should water it so that it can grow. And that is very important when it comes to children because a lot of I was just talking to a preacher the other day about this, and he made a very good point. But, because a lot of us single mothers nowadays, we are doing it ourselves. We are raising these boys to become men. But sometimes we may not do it to the best of our ability because we may didn't have one around, and the same as with them. They may be like, oh, well, my dad wasn't around, so I don't know how to be a dad to my kids. Well, if your dad wasn't around, that should make you go 10 times harder with your kids because you want to be better than your dad. You want to show them what you are capable of. You want to put back what you didn't get into them, you know. Um, but saying all that to say, I'm raising two boys. I keep them active because I know that they coaches can put that extra toughness in them that I can't put in them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can get buff. I can get tough. I can scream. I can yell in their face. But look, listen to my voice. Like, what? That, I need that aggression, that extra like what I say, you better, you know. So
Every
Right.
little boy
I can
need that
raise
father
them,
figure.
huh?
Every little boy need that father
Right.
figure.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like, it be times where I feel like, okay, I can raise them, but I want them to have that extra where I'm lacking in certain areas that I can't give to them because I'm not a man. I can do it the best of my ability, but I'm still
Not
waking
a
up as a woman. You know what I'm saying? So I believe nowadays that a lot of these, newcomers that's coming up, that's what's happening. It's a single mom trying to do it, and all of them ain't like, women like us. They not trying, they're giving up. So if you
mhm.
give up on the child, what you think the child gonna do? The child gonna turn to the streets because somebody in the street gonna show them a little bit more love than what you were showing them, you know and I refuse for mines to lose. You know what I'm saying? So I continue to strive to do the best that I can. And far as being a man, that's what I think they do. They have that ability that us women don't have. They have that extra, like I said, that extra strength, that extra guidance, that king. You walk with that crown, with like you a king, because that's what my man is, my king, because I am that queen. You know what I'm saying? So that's, he's gonna be king material. He's gonna be respectful. you know he's gonna know how to be gentle with you when it's time to be, but also know how to take care of home at the same time. you know he and other than that, you know that's it. It ain't even about, financially, because a man can be a man and like you said, and not have that much. But it's the mentality of the
Right.
man that I need. I need you to have that mental, because we can work on everything else. But you have to know what the capabilities of being a man is. So I would say to the men on here, what are your capabilities of being a man? Like what do you have, or what would you call yourself? Would you call yourself a man? Because I definitely would call myself a woman. You know,
I
what do
thought
you?
you was about to say. I thought you was about to say because I definitely would call myself a man. I was gonna say, hold on.
No,
I
definitely,
know.
definitely not. I stand in our woman, baby. I just said I'm queen. I'm that queen,
I'm messing
looking
with
for
you.
looking for that king. Okay.
Okay.
Make sure y'all like and subscribe. Period.
Of course.
Truth be told.
I was listening
To
and I
be
was looking on
done.
Facebook, but I don't know. I think it can be subjective though, depending on like some people will be like, "Ah, yeah, he on this business. He's this and he's that." You gonna have some haters to be like, "That nigga ain't no man." Or you
Right.
might have some people that judge you from some shit that when you was 19 years old. Like, I remember when he was doing this. You know what I'm saying? It, it it might not necessarily be something that is what's the word I want to use? Like, cause we go back to the word self-identify.
Mhm.
I can self-identify and say I'm a man, but somebody be like, "Well, what makes you a man?" I can say, "Well, I work hard every day. I take care of my children. Uh, I have a dingaling." You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many things that you can probably throw in there, and then you might have somebody who might be manned up on you that's on a different level to be like, "Man, you ain't on no man shit. How many houses do you own?
Mm.
Uh, how much money do you got in your bank account?" So, like, it could be something that might be subjective, depending on who's judging you.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
a
But I
dude
You get
going
be
back to the man thing, and not necessarily being there. Like, I speak from my own experience, like, and this is not an excuse. But when you're in a situation where, okay, I gotta work because child support gonna be cutting my motherfucking head off if I don't. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes when you pay child support, not sometimes, all the time when you pay child support, that means you have less money coming to you at the end of the week. You might have more month at the end of the money than you have money at the end of the month. You know what I'm saying? And uh motherfuckers don't want to hear no excuses from you.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no excuses, nigga. You need to get out here and shit. If you gotta work 24 hours a day, nigga, you gotta work 24 hours a day. But you gotta sleep too. You gotta be able to try to have a life also.
Right.
But some people might not look at it like that. Like, oh, I do understand the argument. Child support is never enough. I've heard that. I hear women say that all the time on Facebook or social media or whatever. But if a man is not selling dope, and this is where the crucial part comes in there, you are judged by what other men have out here. You know what I'm saying? Like I said earlier, depending on who's judging on what a man is.
Right.
A scammer might have access to $100,000 a week. And then some people want to hold you up to that standard, or a dope boy, or whatever the fuck they are, who out here making that real money. It's not legit money, and they might be locked the fuck up in a year or less. Uh, but they still judge you based on these niggas. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't got it, you ain't no man. You know what I'm saying? But there is no excuses for you though. Like out here, like you better figure it out. Like, and the kids might not even understand. They might, like, I go all the way back to, well, we don't understand as a little kid why mom ain't here all the time because she got to work. But then you might be able to have a conversation with your kids when they get older. Like, okay, I was working 60 hours a week. I had still pay my bills, pay child support. I don't have enough money at the end of the month to buy Jordans for you every time you want some Jordans or some LeBrons or to do this and do all of that. Like sometimes motherfuckers don't give a fuck though if you homeless or not, just have that money. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Yeah.
all she wanted. You got my money. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? And for a regular dude, it's like, and I've been in a situation where a motherfucker put me on child support. I got the job, but the nigga who don't got a job and ain't doing nothing. I want y'all to answer that. Why would somebody do that? Somebody who there for their kids, been there every day as much as possible. Let's say that. Uh, but he got the job. He the one to get put on child support, but the one who ain't got a job and that's out here hustling or something, he don't nothing happen his way. I was told in this particular situation, well, I don't want him to have any rights, any parental rights over the child, Uh, and woo, 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 woo.
Well,
Uh,
basically, don't work. She can't put him on child support because if
you
he don't
can,
have
you
no,
can still, it's
I
still
mean,
gonna
you can
be a
still,
minimum. It's still
yeah,
gonna be a set minimum that is
yeah,
gonna affect his fucking life going forward. Even if he don't pay,
yeah,
his
but
life is gonna be fucked
she's
up. Just
only
like,
about money. That's why. Like
huh?
she oh, she's about the money, so she wants the money up front. She don't want to wait until they catch up with him to have a job. If he sells dope, that he's not gonna never have a job. That's what his job gonna be. So she looking at it like with you, she know you gonna have a job. She know it's gonna be easy. But also it sounds like to me she may be bitter. Like maybe she it was something like however y'all ended or something like that. It could be some bitterness within that, because some women do use child support against you, like as a get back, like, okay, yeah, you want to do that, I got something for your ass, You know what I'm saying? See, me, I ain't never been that type of woman because I ain't ever had to be, but some women do that. Some women are bitter. They're not really over you. They still in love secretly. It's all type of stuff. And then,
You
like I
can't
said,
be in love and then you put somebody in a position where their life could be fucked up.
well, not really in love, but still
The
probably
motherfuckers who used to
want to
say they
be.
love you and they put you on child support never loved you to begin
Never
with.
loved you at all.
Yeah. Well,
Say that again. What'd you say?
If a motherfucker put you on child support, they never loved you ever.
Got you.
I just don't believe that that's 100% true because you got a lot of people out here who been doing it. Like, and I ain't even trying to just say it like that, but like, my daughter's 8 years old, you know what I'm saying? And I could probably count on one hand, how many times my last two children's father has helped me. You know what I'm saying? And he's not on child support. Have I thought about it? Hell yeah. But it's not because I'm bitter or I'm mad or I didn't love him. I still got love for him. But sometimes you need help.
So
You
why
know,
haven't you? Why didn't you put them on there?
because I seen the situation with the last person that put him on there. All he do is every time they find out where he work at and they start taking the money, he just quit the job.
But what they got to do with you and him filing taxes going forward
Cause
on
he
the
don't
jobs that he do
he
work?
does whatever he can not to pay, basically.
But he gonna want to file them taxes though, right?
Shit. I don't know what he been doing, but
Um,
yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like I don't want that ducking and dodging shit is bullshit. Because no matter what, for one, if you're gonna have any hope on being somebody going forward, um, that child support shit gonna follow you. Uh, my daughter is about to turn 21, and I'm gonna go into a lot of these other details with this shit that just popped off with her mama. But I don't owe any back child support. So when I was shitty as fuck when she put me on there, and it was a lot that I can go into on why I ended up there. But it was more so because I didn't trust her. And I wanted a DNA test because I'm like, I know what you're doing. You done been caught several times. Well, if you do that, I'm gonna put you on child support. Okay, fuck it. Yeah, I'm going. You know what I'm saying? But I paid 19 years. 19. You know what I'm saying? It got to a point where we used to beef when my daughter was little. Like, what the fuck are you doing with this child support money? Like,
Hmm.
woo, woo, woo. I'm like, you always fresh, you always doing this, and you always doing that, but where is this money going? Uh, then it took for her to have other kids by other niggas for her to tell me, Andre, uh, Carlton money bag finally pulled up. But
What?
it took for her to have other kids for her to
Too
be like,
early.
and and here's the thing. I sent a text message out to my kids' moms, and I was like, "Hey, just to see what they would say. Were like, would you take me off child support?" And woo, 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 woo. I never got any responses from any motherfuckers except her, and she said, "Call me back. We'll talk later," because I guess she was at work. Well, when we finally talked, she was like, "Look, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you." She said, "I won't take you off child support at all." She said, "But since I've had these other children, I understand now that you was always there in our daughter's life, and you was always a good dad to her. And she said it took for me to have kids by other people to understand what a good dad was.
Mm.
Wow.
And she said, I won't take you off child support, but I will allow you to claim her every year on our taxes, on your taxes. So there was two positives there for me. There was a recognition that made me feel way better about even being taken off child support. Like shit, fuck it, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I pay this shit. You know what I mean? I got the recognition. There was more reasons on why I wanted to be taken off. But being able to claim she reneged. She eventually reneged now.
Dang. So you did
Uh,
claim her
that shit lasted like 3 years,
Wow.
maybe four.
money back, huh?
And then she was, I didn't say that. I said, motherfucker,
Wow.
why the fuck would I have been able to claim her all this time if you didn't say that I can claim her every year?
Right.
But what happened is, sometimes people get behind on their bills or something. You might take trips
Well,
to
what about
Jamaica and
what
then
about
you,
every other year? You do 1 year, she do the other year.
well, that was the court order anyway. It was every other year. Nowadays, if you go downtown and you go to child support, the dad can claim the child every other year as long as you are current on your child support.
Mm.
Yo, what's up, y'all?
So that's why she
There
said
he is.
you can't jump in, bro. You late. So that's
Late as
why she
shit.
said that I can claim her every year. That was the reason why she said that.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Because it's supposed to be every other year.
every other year by law, by the child support order.
Mm-hmm.
Because uh, certain laws changed since we was back in 2003.
Mm-hmm.
Laws changed now where a dad can claim the child every other year,
So,
unless y'all don't agree, and then maybe something happens in there with the judge, and the judge be like, well, because I mean sometimes the judge sides with the woman, and you can appeal it. Uh, but by law, as long as the guy is current, I forgot the percentage, but he can claim the child every other year. But she was like, you can do it every year. And it actually helped me out a lot. Even because the issue when the 1 year when I went to file her, I got audited, and that's because I believe that she either filed my daughter or she allowed somebody else to file my daughter. But this was like the last years before my daughter was emancipated type stuff. Uh, so and she was that's when she. I didn't say that. You did say that. You said that. Like I wish I had a recorder. You know what I'm
right.
saying? But like I said, I understand when you get in certain situations where you need the money. You know what I'm saying? But that's where you have a conversation now. Be like, okay, I know I said this, but I need to do with this year, big dog. And well, guess what Andre would have said? Cool. I ain't even tripping.
Right.
Because I have other children.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And
Actually,
I
don't.
wasn't even treated. Then they gonna say, what's some bullshit?
I don't think that
Hold on.
I child
Carlton,
support.
what's some bullshit?
Huh?
Talking to Carlton.
Walton.
Oh,
I just said hi, y'all, and then you was like, "Oh, you late? You can't say nothing." I was just
You
saying hi.
late because I was making a point, bro. I was talking. You late. This supposed to be your whole segment. Nigga. We 2 hours and 50 minutes in before you came in. And if I was making a point, like, bro, you gotta wait until I'm finished before you say something.
Yeah, I was
Not
just
just
saying hello. That's it.
hello, Carlton.
That's
what's
it.
up, Carlton?
Welcome,
Hey
welcome to
boy.
the panel.
Hey, Carlton.
Hey, what's up, y'all? That's it.
I ain't trying to
Hey.
be mean, but I'm just saying, like, I was making a point because this goes back to uh, being a man and or this and or being that. Like I got baby moms who don't put me on. I'm not on there yet. You see what I'm saying? Uh, but I just feel like if somebody really love you, they not gonna throw you under that bus like that. That's just like if a parent, if you know your, let me ask y'all this: if you found out that your kid was a serial killer, are you gonna turn them in?
I would.
I would go get him some help in a psychiatric place, definitely.
And they would turn them in.
And they gonna turn them in.
Who said we gotta say he killed anybody?
You
We
know
get
what
him
I'm
some
saying?
help.
Right. But that psych ward, they know how to get that out.
Lady T, you gonna turn your kids in?
Oh, she might have had to step away.
I ain't turning my kids in. I could been right there and seen them shoot a motherfucker point blank,
You know what?
and I'ma say I didn't see
That's
shit.
whoa.
I'm gonna be like Lil Woody. I don't recall shit. They said we saw you on the camera. I was looking at something else.
What about that ultimate judge in the end? How you gonna explain that? Because you know, human court, you get away with everything, but that ultimate court, how you gonna explain that?
Well, the Most High knew I was gonna be in that position before I was even in that position, so
Yeah.
he already
But
knew
the
what I was
question
gonna
is,
do.
But he
would you
wanted
take the
you to
rap
do
for
the
your
right
kids?
thing and not the wrong
The
thing.
right thing was me not turning my child over.
Well, the question is, would you take the rap for your kids if he was right there and
That's a
seen
crucial. That's a different story now.
it?
Depends on how much you like the kid, right?
Nah,
Yeah,
hell
we
no.
said it depends on how much you like your kid.
You know, some parents hate their kids, but they love them. So that's what I mean.
I ain't going to prison about it. If you shot him, you going to jail.
But
So
what if you go to prison because you are now an accomplice because you seen them do
Accessory.
it and
Yeah,
you're
I can be
accessory?
accessory.
accomplice after the fact, but I ain't gonna do. I ain't gonna spend the rest of my life in there. It'll be like 2, 3 years, maybe 5.
So look, Demonte, if Demonte shot somebody 5 times and you see it, you gonna say you would take up for little Demonte.
I don't know who Demonte is, but like I said, if one of my children did it, I ain't seen nothing, and I'll be accessory after the fact. Hell yeah, I will be. The question is, why the fuck did they kill him? Uh, I was watching something where there was a SA situation. Uh, and they
Mm.
was some shit went down. Motherfucker killed the person who SA'd their daughter, or the daughter SA'd it, and the parent took the charge. You know what I'm saying? So uh that's some real honorable shit. But I might try to hide you out, but I ain't about to go to prison for you, big dog. That's two different things.
Would you
I ain't
say
gonna,
dropping them off at the Canadian border would be okay? And tell them, hey, there's freedom in Canada. Go ahead. Because there's a lot of criminals that come from the US to Canada. A
look,
lot.
man. Canada has an extradition thing with America, don't they?
They might if they could find,
Ain't
you know
no
how
Mike.
big Canada
Your ass is
is,
coming right
dude.
back.
So,
You
there's
understand?
some places so wilderness there,
Your
nobody
best
going
bet is
over
to
there.
hop on a cruise ship, get to Jamaica, take a plane somewhere, Ethiopia or Eritrea or somewhere like that. But hell nah, like you going to jail, big dog. Like I'm gonna try to
Somewhere.
help you as much as I can, but I'm not gonna be like, yeah, we over here at Travis Rest Missionary Baptist Church, and we ready to turn ourselves. I'm ready to turn my son in. Like we not doing that.
That's crazy. They had that place surrounded. You know they will. That's why they go to the church. That's the number one place. The church is going to snitch on you first. You know, a lot of religions, they force you to turn your family in. Almost all religions, Christian religions, I done heard about that. They turn you over because they give that example about Moses and all that crap.
Well, don't tell them.
And you don't tell.
Well,
You
you
gonna
got
have
to
to.
talk
And
talk
then
in
the
a
whole thing
circle.
is, okay, here's the difference. It's America Most Wanted, and everybody know it's your son or your daughter that did it. Everybody knows that. So it might be in your child's best interest to go to the church and turn themselves in peacefully. But if the only person that know what happened is you and your child and the person is dead, you gonna call the police and say, yeah, that sweater that I done seen it. People on TV talking about, oh, I recognize my child by that sweater they had on, and I turned them in because of that.
Was there some
The fuck out of
what's the
here.
reward money?
We finna get some acid, try to figure out how to hide this body.
It don't matter if it's reward money or not, nigga. You can give me $1 million, bro, and I'm not about to turn my kid in. Fuck with some money, dude. I'ma sit down. I'ma talk with my child. I'm be like, why'd you kill him? And then we gonna live with it. Whatever the fuck he say or she say, we gonna live with it.
That's what that show, Your Honor, was exactly about. What would you do in this case? I think a lot of times where that people mess up from watching this, they get too scared, they're not thinking straight, and they do anything. They messed up. If they would have drove their car out of state and set it on fire in the field somewhere,
Have you
or
watched
buried
all of
it.
that show?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch most of it. It's crazy
I've
how.
seen some of it. I've seen the beginning.
Yeah.
With the son, he hit the motherfucker in the car.
Mhm.
And the judge know about it. The last episode I seen, cause I be going to sleep on shit. The
I
last
know, right?
episode
It's
I
hard.
seen, a
We're getting
motherfucker was
old.
like, the phone was going off in the courtroom, and he was like, "Who phone is that?" And he found the phone and said, "I know it's your son." And
Hmm.
you all of that, you know what I
Well,
mean?
they
But
figured out in the end. They figured out the whole thing,
they motherfucking rigged up the black motherfucker,
right?
said it was him.
Right, and his son killed the black dude. What comes around goes around.
The Italians killed the black. No, who killed the? So the dude went to jail. That's the part I didn't see. He went to jail. He got killed in jail, and I know that they ended up blowing up the family house. I
Hmm.
do know that part.
Right, and then his brother tried to shoot the Italian guy who killed his brother, but he
The little
actually
fat
killed.
boy.
Yep, but he accidentally killed the right person that killed his brother. Your guy's brother killed, basically.
So he
He
killed
killed.
the judge's son.
Yep, and was aiming for the one that killed his brother. Like what he should have been aiming for all of them, just taking it down.
You should
But
have been
you,
shooting at everybody. I don't know. I ain't made it there yet. I don't
right? I
mind
got it.
spoilers because
Yeah.
when I hear spoilers, when I watch it, I'm still gonna be like in the moment, like in the story, like I'm one of the characters watching it. And then after it happened, I'll be like, "Oh, this is what the fuck they said." Well, I'm gonna still be there. I don't
Right.
mind spoilers.
Spoilers to me just gives you more. Oh, okay, I got to really watch the show from the beginning to the end of parts because there's still parts I've still left off that I need to go back and watch it myself to get it the full thing. I saw the beginning, middle, and like almost to the very end and stuff. It's crazy. Like I want to write a story similar about criminal justice and my experience in the criminal justice world, and like it could be interesting. Like the character, I'm just gonna give a spoiler. His name's Carlos Delgado. That's it. Carlos Delgado. Somebody told me one of the inmates told me, hey man, that sounds like a drug kingpin. I'm like, really? So
So,
this it could be a spin-off. There could be a spin-off if he does this route, he could become a kingpin. Or if he does this route, he could be like I don't know, Like what's that movie that Denzel Washington played in, and he was a kingpin, and he got all of the police locked the fuck up.
This one train today.
No,
Nah, he's talking
no,
about American Gangster.
yeah, it could go
American,
that
okay,
route.
yeah, American accent, not train today.
Carlos has two different routes he could take because he's doing some dirt in a facility somewhere. That's all I could tell y'all.
That's so we lost a few people because we went off on a tangent. We
Okay.
lost
Yeah, we
our
know we're talking
viewers.
about would you turn your kids in if they committed a
People was
crime.
there for a while. They was watching, but now we down to zero because we done went
Yeah,
off
it
on a
was
tangent.
one like right when you was talking, then that motherfucker just left.
Got you.
So we got to be mindful, really, on keeping viewers not necessarily about what we want to talk about, but we got
Keep
to be
it
mindful
going.
though.
I got you. Or they didn't went off to try to call the police.
Somebody came back.
They can call the police. I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you, if it was my child and my child did something, I am not turning them in.
All I
I'm
know
not.
is that
I'm
there's
not turning, even if it's not my child. I'm not gonna call the hotline for the what's it called? Tips.
stoppers, tip stoppers. So Andre,
Crime
you try,
Stoppers.
I got you.
Crime
So
Stoppers.
Andre, you saying
Crime
say like
Stoppers.
if I
I'm
came
not
to your
calling Crime
house
Stoppers,
covered
bro.
in and what you call it in blood, you ain't calling Crime Stoppers.
If what?
If one of your friends came to your house covered in like something, like they did something crazy, so
Here's the
you would
key
know.
word that you just said. One of my friends.
Their
Right.
friend, one of his friends. But it's talking about kids at first, your children. Now you talking about friends.
If one of my friends came to my house covered in blood and told me he just did something, I'm still not. Why the fuck would I call the police on him? My first question is, why the fuck did you come over here?
I don't know. People do crazy things sometimes. They
No,
don't
it
think
ain't no
about
crazy
that.
thing. But if you came over my house covered in blood, that means you done chopped somebody up and stabbed somebody like a motherfucker. So you might need to get your ass locked up.
Right.
Because if you came over here looking like that, I might be your next victim because I'm the motherfucker who know that you did it.
But
Like,
couldn't
And
your kids be on that same tip?
no, your kids is a different story than your friends, man. Your kids look at to you for protection.
Hmm. Got you.
If one of my friends came over my house covered in blood, what you gonna do? What's your next step? For one, you're not even about to step in this house because you might be like the dude in the OJ Simpson trial. You might be trying to bring some blood in here and put the shit on me.
yeah.
I, I'll be looking through the camera. Who is that? Like you.
But with my kids now, I ain't turning them in now. Your girlfriend, what if she kills somebody because of a situation, or your wife or your husband? You can't even testify against. I don't know if the rules have changed, but you can't even testify against somebody that you are married to.
I got you.
I know somebody somebody in my family, and it ain't even funny. He really
Hmm.
loved this woman. She was cheating on him with a dude, but she killed the dude.
Mm-mm-mm.
But
Damn.
they locked him up for it. And he was in prison for a long time.
That's stupid.
Not in prison. He wasn't in prison. He was in jail for a long time. They let him out because there was nothing that linked him to have killed her. Uh, there was nothing linking him to have killed the dude. But she couldn't testify against him because they was married. She's dead now anyway. But she, from what I understand, she's the one who killed uh the dude. This is back, I think, probably before I was born, or it was at least in the '80s or something back in the day. But I always heard that story. But He stayed down there. He didn't say nothing. I don't know how he got out or whatever the fuck, but she couldn't testify against him, and she was trying.
Mm.
But I always, from what I heard and what I feel, she might have put voodoo on the motherfucker or something, man. And I believe in
Oh,
that kind of stuff. Voodoo is real.
yeah, I believe that shit real too.
Lady T,
Voodoo and
Tay,
yeah, they both done mute their mics.
they sleep.
They busy.
I ain't sleep.
I'm so sorry. Doze off.
Well, we know one of y'all motherfuckers is asleep.
I did. I dozed off.
Causing left. We was talking and left out.
Let me ask y'all ladies real quick. Uh, what kind of voodoo have y'all ever heard that a man can put on a woman?
Voodoo.
Hoodoo, voodoo, any
Voodoo.
spells.
Um,
We know the blood and the spaghetti for women,
I
or
what?
steeping a tea through her panties,
I've never.
burying your drawers in the backyard.
I ain't never heard of it.
Y'all ain't never heard of any dude voodoo type stuff?
No.
Like, okay, drinking sperm is one thing, but if a dude was to do something extra and different with his sperm. All right,
Oh.
let me. This is some shit. This is some shit that I once heard from somebody that I was dating, right?
Uh-huh.
We really wasn't together then. Like, we used to mess around our whole life. But she was dating this dude, and she told me one day, she was like, I was smelling something, man, and I just couldn't understand what the fuck I was smelling. Like, I believe they had took a trip to New Orleans or something prior to that.
Mhm.
She's like, I can't. I was smelling something. I was smelling something. And when I went to my penny drawer, I found he put. She said she found a chicken leg, a raw chicken leg, in her penny drawer.
Mm.
And I don't remember she was asking me if I did the shit. I don't even remember she was asking me that. I just remember she was telling me about it, like, cause I had been there a couple times myself while she was dealing with the dude. But like, motherfucker, like, why the fuck would I put a chicken leg? I had
Mm,
never even heard of that kind of shit before.
right.
But she said that there was a chicken leg in her motherfucking let me be quiet real quick. She said there was a chicken leg in her panty drawer. And I know about that kind of shit a little bit because my grandparents are from Mississippi. And it was said that something was going on with my grandfather, uh, my step grandfather, however you want to say that. And he was sick. And the doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. And so they went to there was like a voodoo person here in Indiana. I'm just telling you the story that's real and what I heard. I ain't
Mhm.
got no viewers, ain't nobody gonna hear this. But they went to a voodoo dude here, and this is before I was born. You know, people black people be superstitious about all that kind of stuff. So the dude was like, I can't help y'all. I can't help y'all. So they went to a motherfucker in Chicago and I want to see this text message in a minute. You received money with Zelle. Uh there was a situation in Chicago. They went to Chicago because somebody told them, okay, it's a voodoo person in Chicago to go see, or Illinois. And they went up there, and the motherfucker said, yeah, Motherfucker put a spell on you, put a root on you.
Mm.
And they said that I guess the reason why the person wouldn't help them here was
Mm-hmm.
because the person wanted my grandmother. And they said that the person somehow made a doll of my grandfather and buried it in the ground. And when that doll decomposed, he was supposed to die. And so the person gave him some shit to take and drink or whatever, and then he was back regular, but like he was turning gray and shit. I don't know. Like I'm just listening to these stories as a little kid. You know what I mean? But he was turning gray. My other grandma on my mama's side was like a motherfucker kept trying to like put a spell on her. Uh my mom was like the woman one day a woman came and knocked on the door and was like she was like, "What kind of witch are you?" And my grandma was like, "What are you talking about?" Like, what the fuck are these motherfuckers outside doing outside my car? What kind of witch are you? And she said, "What you talking about?" She said, I done try to put every spell I know on you and ain't nothing working.
Damn.
She said, "What kind of witch are you?" And to my understanding, my grandma didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. Uh, so that just leads me to believe I do believe this kind of stuff is real. There are people who know how to do stuff. Like we just live in the world like la 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 Elmo's world.
Look.
But there are people who really know how to do things out here.
Hey, Andre, can I interject something?
Go ahead, we can't hear you though.
Okay, what I was gonna say is that I did a whole
We can't
series.
hear you.
We can't hear you, bro.
Now we definitely can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Nah.
Hello,
You
can you hear
you
me?
sound like you all the way away. You sound like your phone is in the front room and you in the bedroom.
All right, what about now?
Do you
Can y'all
got
hear me yet?
headphones or the microphone?
No, I just have the mic. I don't have my headphones today. Can you hear me?
No. Something
Some lower
happened.
shit.
Let me go out and I'll come back in.
His background
I
louder than he was.
I do believe that there's people out here that tries to do things, but I also believe that everybody spiritually is not from the same realm. So um if you were sent here from your creator, whoever that is, and whatever you believe in, um some people are just untouchable, like your grandmother. She probably didn't do nothing but pray every day. She was probably a God-fearing praying woman, and that's what kept her, and that's what kept them spells from not working. But if you are weak minded, or you don't stand on being consistent with what it is you should be doing, then the enemy can use people to do things, and it will work. But before it can work, you have to believe that it's working. And I do believe in that. I believe whatever people believe is what it is. So,
So you think you gotta believe that it's possible before it can work on you?
no. Well, that, but also the person that's doing it have to believe that it's possible.
Oh,
And
they
that,
believe it's possible or they wouldn't be
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
but yeah, but definitely,
They wouldn't
definitely,
have did it.
but definitely you have to like I'm the type of person that I'm just aware. So if I think that something like that if something like that even pop in my mind, why is it popping in my mind? So that's gonna be my first thought to myself. Why am I thinking that somebody is trying to do that? My next thing is gonna be to pray it on off. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna think about it. I'm not gonna research it. I'm not gonna do none of that because now I'm digging for something that I shouldn't even be dibbling dabbling with because I don't play like that. You know what I'm saying? So when
Can I
you
step in booty talk real quick?
can we? Because I've been ready for that. Can
She
we?
said,
So
"Can we?" Damn, she
Because
said that fast. She
I ain't
took
even
a
gonna
Carlton
minute.
lie.
on and
I ain't
y'all
even
would have
gonna lie.
been
Here's the
all the way left.
problem. Here's the problem. You can't eat everybody pussy, right? And you ain't supposed to suck everybody's dick, right?
Right.
Hell no.
Right.
But I can guarantee you this. If I really, really like you,
Mm,
while I'm eating the pussy,
mm,
I'm gonna be talking to it.
exactly.
I'm gonna be telling it, you mine's now.
Mm,
This is the best you ever had. Like,
mm.
I'm gonna be speaking,
And
like,
that's putting a spell right there.
and I'm telling the truth. Stay the fuck away from me.
Holla.
But but I think you're supposed to though. You gotta talk to everything that you like. Don't you supposed to talk to your plants?
I mean,
If you-
everything is based off what you tell it. You know what you say. You know the tongue is a powerful thing. So
It is. It's
absolutely. Whatever
that's
you
where spells come from though.
exactly,
Spelling,
Yeah, pretty
exactly,
much.
cuss, curse.
exactly.
Everything comes from the mouth. But I
Mm.
used to do that shit. I don't do it too much anymore.
I think somebody
That
had me
should be
like
back.
that,
It
but
backfires.
I broke the spell. I broke the spell without even knowing I broke the spell. You know what I'm saying? And and that's a whole nother different topic because for real, you can break them just like the soul ties and stuff. Yeah, I've been working on all that type of stuff because mm,
What is a soul tie?
a soul tie to
She
me,
talked about that before.
yeah, it's basically something that I feel like it don't necessarily have to be a relationship. You could be a have a soul tie with a best friend. You know what I'm saying? But most of the time, it's in a relationship, and I believe it comes from being around that person so much physically, emotionally, sexually. You know what I'm saying? All of them different things is tied up in one. So it's like y'all tied, because once you have sex, you are exchanging energy, you know, and a part of us as humans, we were created off what? Energy. You know what I'm saying? So when you lay down with someone and you exchange that and you continue to exchange that, y'all begin to be tied. Y'all souls begin to come together. So it's like that's why you see when people then got married or they had kids together, what do people start saying? Dang, y'all starting to look alike. That's because they didn't created that soul tie. So
Before they was brothers and sisters,
or
same
yeah,
thing.
exactly. You see what I'm saying? It's
Nah, I'm just bullshit.
more
I'm
of a
talking shit.
it's more energetically, but it's also spiritually as
So
well.
how do you know you got a soul tie? Fuck
But
all the other shit. How do you know when you
how do
got
you
one?
know? I'm gonna tell you right now. How do you know? Because no matter what you do, you cannot get rid of the person. That's how I knew when I had one with somebody. Because I didn't did the ultimate everything to try to get rid of this person. And this person will not leave me alone. And I'm like,
That don't mean it's a soul tie. I think soul ties go both ways.
no, but that's what I'm saying. It's not that okay, so this was before I broke it though. Now I can leave the person alone. But it was a point in time where I couldn't. And then it's like everything, like you're thinking about them when they're thinking about you. It's like y'all almost like I can't even explain it almost because it's so kind of like it just happens. Like you could be about to call them and they call you. Or
We gonna run out of time every goddamn month after
I
this.
swear, because it's
I
already three
was
hours.
looking at the
But
time too. I was
Hey,
like, damn.
hey, y'all.
Fuck it.
it's a lot though that goes in with that. But you will know because you will feel it. You will feel it when it's a soul tie. You will feel it.
So does that mean like before they call, you think about them and then the phone ring? Is that a soul tie or is that
That
something else?
that could be a soul tie, but that also could be the thought of manifestation. You know what I'm saying? Or that could be a telepathic, energetically type of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you know how people be like, oh, well, when you thinking about somebody, they thinking about you. Or,
Mhm.
or vice versa or whatever. So it don't necessarily mean that that's a soul tie. It's more to it. But you will know when you have them soul tie. You know when you have them.
So when you got a soul tie, can you have sex with somebody else or
Oh, absolutely. But it's just different. Like it's different.
so can you have great sex with somebody else or do you gotta have it from your soul tie?
No. A soul tie does not mean that you can't step out and do other things with other people and enjoy it. It's a tie. You know what I'm saying? It's a tie to where it's like y'all stuck and y'all need to get unstuck. That's all that means. It does not mean nobody outside of y'all can't do nothing or operate or anything. It's just y'all are stuck. Like, and it's like
Why
you
you
trying to
waving into the camera?
figure out why y'all stuck. You know, that's what I ultimately believe. But you may find somebody who might get into it and say something different, but I just know where it comes from and how to break them. That's it. Like and it's really only been this ain't nothing I googled or none of that. It's just been from experiences.
So is the soul tie something spiritual or is it like is it a spell or is it like twin flame
It's
or
it's
is it like what do you think? Like
it's
is it
energetic,
predestined?
it's energetically spiritual
So how can you break something that's always going to be there? If it see, here's the thing. If it
because
was always
or
supposed to happen,
it's other life paths. Like you can meet with somebody. If you have a soul tie, that means y'all have been. Ain't the first go round with y'all. Y'all have been in another lifetime,
just like this,
just like this. Another
and it
lifetime.
could have been death, it could have been suicide and murder, it could have been all kind of things,
Well,
right?
it. I don't know. I'm not.
I'm just
I'm
saying in the realm of all the possibilities, because I've been in a situation where
felt like it was a
I ain't
soul tie.
gonna go into it yet. One day I'm gonna talk about it, but I
Okay,
remembered I was like, damn. One of us died in this situation. I was scared to be around the motherfucker. Uh,
they got so deep.
after I realized who we was.
Yeah, because you remember. Like that's the crazy thing about it. Because I think we talked about this on another episode, but you will always run into the same person again until you learn your lesson. So it's like different people, I mean, different bodies, but the same spirit or energy. And you like, dang, why this person seem like the last person? And that's because until you learn that lesson, it will continue to follow you. And that's
Uh,
the same thing with the spiritual thing. Until you learn the spiritual lesson, it will continue to follow you. So if you were in another lifetime with that person, y'all was supposed to meet again because there was something that was supposed to happen that either did or didn't happen. And you have to be able, like, there has to be an ending before you can move on, if that makes sense. I don't know, but it's something like that. But this is only stuff, like I said, this ain't no research. This is spiritual lessons that I've had.
so, Mr. Carlton, what was you about to say, bro?
Over there eating and shit.
And then got his shirt out.
Yeah.
can take your shirt off for me, Carson?
Dashay, get your ass. Put a shirt on, nigga.
Hey,
Put the shirt
oh,
on, Dante.
okay. Is that Don Shay? But
You
anyway,
down,
Yeah.
hey,
Shay, today.
what I was gonna say is that okay, there's three different things where that comes from that I studied, and a Black Bear Medicine Bag Show did that. But what I was going to say is that okay, the first name is Vu Don, right? That comes from Benin, and then when it got over to here in Louisiana and Southeast Mississippi, where a lot of our ancestors is Voodoo, and then there's another thing called Root Worker. And this is pre-Christianity, before they were Christians. Some people continue to practice this and they're going back to that's why we hearing it. It's a resurgency and something that some of our ancestors already do. And voodoo and hoodoo are a mixture in between African and the native religion. That's why you hear a lot of the stuff that's similar. It's about earth, it's about the creator and things like that. You know what I'm saying? It's a separate idea. You know what I'm saying? It's dark.
Right.
There's good and dark. Like
But
when
see,
I
people was supposed to use it for good. I'm sorry to cut you off, but people was
Mhm.
supposed to use it for good. It was not bad. But now people are using it for evil. And our ancestors used it for good.
Right.
That's what they got away from out of slavery and stuff.
Right. So, like, and another thing that I do have to interject that the white man didn't give us Christianity. A lot of times people think that, but when I talked to my Nigerian friend, he was like, nah, Christianity was in Africa and other spots before that. So you gotta not always blame the white man give them power. Just say the stuff that they try to teach us, we bought into, but as we get older, we start realize a lot more stuff was going on a long time ago and it still going on. And I think that a lot of people are trying to go to the old way because they're tired of a certain thing. But to me, it's like you got to pick and choose what works best for you.
Right.
Whatever
Man,
way.
Christianity, as we know it, was not in Africa.
Yes, it was.
Not
Ethiopia.
as we know it, bro. As we know it, it was not.
Mm-mm.
Rome put them 66 Bible books together.
The Roman
But
Catholic Church created all of it.
no, Christianity existed before the Romans. The first
When we
ones were
talk about
before.
Christianity, we're talking about the 66 books of the Bible, bro, the New Testament.
That's after.
That was not in Africa.
Well,
Rome
I'm
put that shit together,
no,
bro.
no. Ethiopia had the oldest thing. Y'all do y'all research, and you'll see the
I
Ethiopian.
know that Ethiopia had one of the oldest Bibles,
Right.
Mm.
but it's still compiled.
You got to remember too that before Rome didn't even exist, John the Baptizer baptized the Ethiopian
Come on,
eunuch.
man. We're not even gonna go on the Bible stuff.
No, but all I'm trying to say is that this you pick and choose whatever faith that you want, and be careful how you whatever one because whatever you do comes back to you, good or evil comes
I'm gonna
back
tell you,
to you.
I'm
Tenfold.
friends. I'm friends with a lot of Haitian people, and a lot of my Haitian people say that voodoo is how you walk. Voodoo is how you live. It's not necessarily putting spells on people. It can go. You can be going to the bathroom. We can be at the stall. This is what somebody told me, and we both at the urinals, but you're using the bathroom one way, and I'm using the bathroom one way. uh Voodoo is not necessarily putting spells on people. But what I will say is that regardless if it's voodoo, hoodoo, or whatever it is, there is a such thing as being able to put spells on people, cast spirits on people, if you believe it. The first thing that has to happen is that you have to believe that it's possible, like Lady T said. If you believe it's possible, that is the first ring to being able to cast a spell on somebody. You ever heard somebody be like, I wish you die? The motherfucker who ever say that, they not even really wishing and really hoping it comes to pass. They're just saying something out of anger. But even with that, it's your intention that's behind it. Just like a girl, you can eat bloody vagina every day. You can eat bloody vagina every day and it won't mean nothing. If her intention is to put her blood in your spaghetti to make you whatever her intention is, it is her intention that makes the spell possible. Because if we put the Bibles away, the world is way different than what religion taught us.
because
There
if
are medicine men
they
and
out,
medicine
out,
women and people who have things passed down to them from generation to generation to generation. That some might say, "Oh, that's a witchcraft." But if we natural to the earth and we natural to the spirits that we can't see, like shit in Ireland, they have leprechauns and all that other kind of shit, and here we have things that we have here. Uh, the crucial part about all of that is why do they deem it satanic?
that's the
I,
same thing.
I think I
Like
think they deem it satanic because they don't understand it, and things they don't understand they say satanic when it could have been here. They're called little people that run around in the southeast, like Mississippi, Tennessee, and stuff like that. Heard many stories about the little people. There were giants. They said red giant with red hair that was here. There's so many stuff that was here in America a long time ago. It was like it was killed off, but some of that stuff still could exist in these military bases and stuff. We don't know what's out there. That's why I was like, when I go down south, I'll be like, what's really out here?
Bro, they
Well,
didn't
you know,
killed
that's what
off
they say.
nothing.
A lot of that
It's
is
hidden.
trapped in the
Yeah,
military basements, like up underground, stuff like that. That's what they
right.
say.
I'm thinking there's a lot of stuff under there. If there's Space Force, they didn't make Space Force for fun. There's something up there they dealing with.
Well, you know, they got what's that called? Area 51. Then they got the other one in
Yeah,
Nevada.
and when you're in that Area 51 community, you can't go back and talk to your family. You cut off rarely. You know, when you're in
Now, you
that,
can't do nothing. You can't even drive down that highway as a civilian. They come to get you. Like, what you doing driving down here? Police come
oh,
straight to stop you.
right,
And then
right.
they got that other one. I can't think what it's called though. It's supposed to be bigger than Area 51. It's in Nevada or something like that.
You know, this is public
In
knowledge.
New Mexico, they got one in New Mexico. I can't think of what it's called. Damn, I can't think of what it's called though. But yeah, I know exactly where you're going.
And you know what I'm gonna lead to. Well, I was working in a military base. Can't say where. I can tell you this: there's underground tunnels in the city of Indianapolis that link from one place to another, and you never have to move above ground. I could tell you that. I'm sure these military bases, there's things here in Indianapolis that they trying
I
to keep
work for the
hush.
Indiana House of Representatives, bro, and there are tunnels that lead from Sucker Center Mall to the
Yeah,
House of Representatives to the old event center. Like it's crucial. Like I ain't gotta be cryptic with it.
well,
Like
everybody knows that.
I've been in those when I
They
worked
send
down
the
there. When I
prison
worked at the
babies
government center.
Everybody don't
for
know about those places. You think they would, but they really don't. If you're not on, if you live in a regular life and nobody gives you this knowledge, it's really not there. We don't
what
talk
is a
about that.
regular life? Cause shit nowadays, shit. Okay,
the
y'all
only
Shit, I
tunnels
worked,
that
y'all
you
I
need to
did
be
security
don't
at
know
Lucas
shit.
Oil. There's underground tunnels at Lucas Oil that goes like to the mall and stuff like that. You could go everywhere downtown underground.
And you know that's for
You
the
gotta go
military.
up.
A
Well,
lot. You know what
everybody
I'm saying?
already knows that they transfer. How do you think they transferred the jailmates? They put them underground.
Hmm.
Hello.
the
So
crucial part about it is we the tunnels that we talking about in Indiana don't even matter. The shit that's going on over there in Nevada and where the Grand Canyon and all that shit,
Oh yeah,
those are the
Arizona, New
tunnels,
Mexico.
those are the areas in which we need to be worried about. Why can't we go over there?
yeah, yeah. It's highly
Well, if you
military.
join the Air National Guard, you can go over there. You get a clearance, get your
No, the
credit
fuck you can't.
right.
I'm
If
trying
you
to think of that. I can't think of that base
listen,
name
I'm gonna
that's in New Mexico. It's
if you
one in New
U-turn.
join the
Mexico. It's
Air
very
National
security
Guard,
base.
you could go there if you have a high enough clearance, meaning you start cleaning your credit up. You
Exactly. That
join.
means just because you get in there don't mean you're gonna get over in there. You can't go. You ain't supposed to even know what's over in there, bro.
There was a whole show of former Navy SEAL got into some of them black sites.
They done found all kind of shit over there that say black people was here in America
Maybe.
a long time ago.
Maybe that was, but the whole thing is, are the black people over there us today, or are we something else, or a mixture of everything that ever walked this
I
side of the
mean,
world?
if you want to be true, are we something different? I mean, once the Caucasians came over here and did what they did, yeah, they done put their blood in there, right?
Right,
But
because
as I
that's
said
what
earlier in this podcast, we most people, even if it was Chinese and a white person, most of the time people gonna breed back into their own people. So even though I might have a little snippet of some Irish, I didn't keep on fucking my people didn't keep on fucking Irish people. They came back into their own people.
well, most black Americans have like
So that would have
25%.
bred that what they call bred out. That would have bred out that Irish. That would have bred out that Caucasian. That would have bred out the African. And we
I
would have came back unto who we was originally was.
I there's still traces of Irish
It
that's
could be traces, but does that mean I can go to Ireland and tell them as a person who don't look like nobody over there, I'm Irish? You can do that shit here
you
on March
you
13th,
you could
but can you go
actually,
over there? Can you go over there and do that?
if you got the documentation and prove your
No,
great
no.
grandparents.
Can you walk into one of their pubs, bro, and tell them I'm Irish, and they
You
take you
know,
for serious,
there's black Irish, and that's real.
bro? Do you know what I'm saying, right?
Right. I mean, they might not. You asking
They
about
not,
mobility.
they not gonna do it. That's just like, even though we might be more accepting to people who ancestors passed as white, right? And they passed as white, and then they found out 100 years later, or 50, 60 years later, damn, my ancestors was black. They passed as white. And we might be more accepting of them and want to bring them into our community like damn they, but the majority of people gonna look at this blonde hair, blue eyed person and say, they are not one of us.
Yeah, that is true. Or they're gonna say, what are they trying to take from us? A
They're not
lot.
one of us. Like, because your family chose to not breed back inside of the originals. So you were bred out. Now, here's a question. The one thing that I was on somebody else's like live, and I was kind of cooking their ass, man. They was two doctors, two black people, and they was on some shit about Kamala or whatever. Uh
Dang, speaking of that, can I speak on that?
but hold on real quick. The issue that I could have got on and probably would have caused me to actually lose a little bit more is the one drop rule.
The one drop was made up, you know that. That was
It
not
was
really.
made up, but
And it was,
we follow that black is black thing. So if we look at the one
but,
drop rule,
but the one drop was really to preserve white purity and keep black people out of raising status, because white is a status.
I
That's
understand
what
that.
it's for.
But that still would put Kamala still would not have the one drop of black American blood.
No, she wouldn't. In fact, she's East Indian, and everybody said that. Even her father said that. And it's just that she worked
Are you
so.
black, man?
Who?
You.
I'm half. I'm 53% genetically.
I'm asking you, are you black?
Am I black? Like, are you saying like the Crayola colors? Or are we talking about racially?
I'm talking about culturally, not racially, because we know black is a color and it is not
Colors.
Culturally, I'm
a race.
mixed. Like culturally, like to for example, I like my fried chicken. I like my tortillas. Right. I like. You see what I'm saying? Culturally, I do both cultures. I grew up in both cultures, so I can't just say I'm one. I'm both
What
culturally.
culture did you grow up in more of?
Grow up more in. I always knew both.
No,
That's what.
what culture did you grow up in more? I don't know. That's a direct question. Did you grow up more in
Both, like,
Hispanic
cause
culture, or did you
more
grow up
Mexican
more?
American culture. I've always had a connection to my Mexican. My
I'm not
family
asking
always.
about that. I just said, what part did you grow up with more?
I grew up in Indianapolis, but I went back
As
home.
what? As what?
Huh?
As what?
I grew up as what? Like, what are you talking about? I always claim my black and my Mexican side. I always told people that.
I'm
I've
asking
never said it.
you beating around the question, bro.
Right.
I asked you a question. Were you raised more with your black side or your Hispanic side? Now, I'm talking about what you identified as. I'm asking you, what was you raised more as?
I went to school with black people until I was
Come
in.
on, man. I answer
Yeah,
specific
like I'm trying to
questions.
break it down. When I went to school,
No, I just don't break it down. It's yes, it's this way or that way. Who did you grow up in the household with? I ain't talking about in school.
Basically
my
your family
father.
that you
I grew
grew
up
up
with
with.
my father, but he always told me
Was your
about my mother.
father Hispanic or was your father black? I mean, yeah.
Black indigenous, yeah, he's black. Uh, uh,
Okay. So
okay, but
we know that black isn't a color. It's a cultural thing. And cultural is religion. And regardless of the denomination, Jehovah Witness is the denomination. Still it's on
but
the
they're international. There's not just one type of
it
them.
hinges upon I'm just saying like it hinges upon the 66 books. Black people have been known to be the most religious people in the world.
Don't you
So
know?
that is a cultural thing. So I was just wondering if was you culturally, or did you grow up more black or did you grow up more Hispanic? I'm not asking you to like denounce anybody. I was asking you to just like where was you at
Half of my
until
life it was with my mother, and the
until
other half.
until until you decided I'm going to seek out my Hispanic side. I understand that we all go on our own journeys,
Hey,
bro.
I don't use the term Hispanic for various reasons for the European aspect of it. But like I said, I've always been aware. I've always did that. We always had something that was Hispanic, even with my dad or Mexican, like tortillas. We always had that. We always had the rice. You know what I'm saying? We always had
Well,
something.
black people eat rice and rice aroni, bro.
Right. We didn't eat rice and roni. That's what I'm trying to say. My dad married a Mexican woman, and when he did, he incorporated that culture even when we were growing up. We never
So when
lost who he was on that side.
your stepmom is Mexican also.
You know, my stepmom's black,
So who
but
did
she
he
used to,
marry that was Mexican?
my mom. That's how I
So
get the Mexican
so you
blood from
saying
my mom.
that so you saying after he divorced your mom, he kept Mexican culture in your house growing up
Yes.
as a black
Yes.
man?
Yes. We had it. Some aspect of the food, or talking about our parents, you know,
You
or
talking about rice. Everybody eat rice. We got
right.
black people make tacos.
No, but
Was
the
it
type of rice was the tomato with the Spanish rice, that type of stuff going. You know what I'm
your
saying?
dad was making that?
Yeah, because his wife taught him how to do things. There's interchanging rice. You gotta understand it's
But I'm saying,
interchangeable.
was that like the normal cuisine there?
Yeah, we had it once a week. You know what I'm saying? Like once a week we had like Spanish rice and tortillas and beans. So what I'm trying to tell you is I
So your
come.
dad was assimilated into Mexican culture. He was like, now I'm Mexican and I'm about to feed my kids Mexican food.
Yeah, he did that. We grew up. We grew up knowing both sides. Sometimes we eat fried chicken. A lot of times we would eat healthy food, like just like
What the fuck is
vegetables and
fried
rice.
chicken, bro?
Fried chicken is from the black side. You know, good and well we fried chicken down south. Come on now. And then if we go in further, it comes from the
So you
indigenous
trying to
peoples
say
from
that
South
all
Sea.
black people eat fried chicken like that's what we do?
It's part of our culture to eat fried chicken. Stop playing. You know that. Stop playing.
I don't know that. I'm just trying to figure out. So do we all eat watermelon up too?
You trying to call me? Everybody eats watermelon in particular. It's not
I don't eat
just.
But
watermelon.
But that what I'm trying to say is if you're trying to be technical, that comes from the indigenous people of Turtle Island. Like there's Zuni
damn, bro,
people.
you said we chicken eating watermelon eating motherfuckers, son.
Everybody eats it. Everybody, every group of people eat watermelon. It's easily grown in Indiana for, all the way to Arizona. Come on
I
now.
got watermelon plants and ain't got one goddamn watermelon on the motherfucker. And I can't figure out what
You
the
gotta
fuck is
water it
going
a lot.
on.
That's what's called
I
watermelon.
know what the fuck to do.
I'm gonna have to teach you how to get back to the earth. Water
I
that.
know what to do. I got
I don't even
everything
know
else
damn
growing this year. The
watermelon.
I don't
watermelons
know.
ain't
I
doing
grew my
nothing.
watermelon and I couldn't wait, man. I ate it with it. I should have waited till it got big, but I grew watermelon outside in like an apartment complex before. So that's what I'm trying to say. I don't understand how you didn't grow it. Like
Bro, I
it.
got the shit big. The plants is big as fuck. But I done took the motherfucking, I done got a paintbrush and I
Right,
brushed into the female flower, the
right.
male flower, and put the pollen in. You talking to somebody with a green thumb, bro. But for
Hmm.
some reason, the earth just told me not watermelon this year. So far, I got a little bitty one, but like I should be having some big joints out there. But my okra, like
What
the
about
okra,
corn? What
I
about
got
your corn?
okra like a motherfucker, man, and they keep on growing. And if I don't get them, like I just gave my grandmother a whole bunch of okra, and I planted 40 tomato plants,
Mm, I got you, bro.
and I
Yeah.
got chickens in the backyard.
That's what's up.
Y'all want some eggs?
Yeah, I'll come by and grab some. You serious?
Like I got 8 chickens in the back that lay eggs, and then I got 4 chickens that I gotta unalive because that's gonna be the experience. So if y'all want to become men, then y'all can pull up and
Have some chicken.
we
Oh,
can
hey,
all
you got the water boiling, like a big old pot to boil the
nigga,
chicken.
there ain't nothing. I got a pot to dunk them in so we can pull the. You're not talking to a newbie,
Got you.
so you can pull the feathers out.
Oh, okay. We need to be on that type of stuff because eventually, the way the world's getting, these stores are getting less and less food because the water crisis out there in Arizona. Like half of the green food that is grown in the United States is in between that area of Arizona, California. All that water is going down on purpose. They causing food shortages on
Bro,
purpose.
we got front yards and backyards, and we can take $5,000 in our tax money and buy a piece of land and then plant vegetables on it. But we want to buy a TV. We want to take that money and buy everybody in the house some shoes. When I see women who take certain money and they buy their kids like land and they like this is the house or this apartment, we're gonna fix it up. Like sometimes I know them they got inheritances and things like that, but it just be so deeper. I'll be like, damn, you know what I mean? Like they doing it. Like,
Mhm.
but we can do it too. We just don't
Right,
know how to
right,
do it.
right.
Shit, should be
Foreigners come
talking
over
about the
here.
damn farmland.
Oh yeah, back to that Mexican culture. I forgot to tell you this. Okay, my grandmother gave my dad this tortilla pan, right? And it got where he used it as a pizza. I was so pissed. My grandmother kept telling me, take that tortilla pan. I want it because my father passed away. My dad was like, no, I'm not giving up. It was a wedding gift. My mom was like, I want it. Guess where it ended up at? It's a called a Kamala. Guess where the Kamala ended up at? With my sister Stephanie. I'm like,
That's what I was
man.
gonna say. It's your sister.
Yeah, I was like, man, why, man? She don't. Well, then again, she does call herself black skin, but she doesn't know the ways like that. But I don't know. I was just as pissed about the whole situation. My mom was there. I
So
was like,
you
Mom,
wanted it?
heck yeah, that's part of who we are. My great grandfather made that out of iron. You're not gonna find that. That's a family air piece, like one,
So
two,
why
three,
are you mad
four.
that she got it? Cause she family too.
Because she don't care. I don't know. I just feel like she don't care about like that. It's just for show. Like
She
me,
firing up. She carrying up that she didn't give it up.
no, she's not using the Kamal. It's sitting up there on a rack, just sitting there collecting dust. You're
So how
supposed to
about
use it,
this? How about this? You got kids, right?
right?
So how about you create one so that you can pass
That's the
down?
thing. The knowledge was not passed down. That's why
It is we
everybody
living in
wanted.
2024, bro.
Why don't you go to YouTube and try to find out how to make one?
We
Mm-hmm.
living in 2024. It is nothing that's secret anymore. The only
Mm-hmm.
thing that's secret is the real records. But like cast
Yep.
iron casting and things like that, there is nothing stopping anybody from being great. Like we over here on a podcast, right? How many
Right.
motherfuckers have made millions on a podcast?
A lot.
You know what I'm saying? And if we keep on and we do it correctly, we can make a lot of money ourselves.
Right.
And there is nothing stopping you from creating a ring or a talisman or a hatchet or anything that you can pass down to your kids so they can pass down to their kids. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So yes, your daughter, your sister got it. It's hers. Nothing you can do about that. You can be shitty every day, all day. You can offer if it
Or I
don't
could
mean
go take
nothing to her. If it
it.
don't mean nothing to her, then offer her $100 to buy it from her
Got you.
and have
Okay.
the money in hand and say,
Okay.
"Here go the money. I want to buy this from you." If she don't give it to you, then it means more than you think that it means to
Got you.
her. But the whole thing is, some of these things are in the past. It's time for us to create our own things. Cause just think about it. We go to our family reunions and shit. We be celebrating. I don't know if you have ever been to a family reunion, but we
Cool.
celebrate the people from the like 18 to early 1900s.
That's
But
different. Like my
but
family
but but
reunion.
now you your own self have a downline. So
Mm-hmm.
you your own self has to be worried about my own descendants or my descendants going to be celebrating me. And that goes back to what we was talking about earlier on your kids. Do they think you're a man or do your kids think you're a woman? With Lady T and Tay, what do your descendants think about you?
Mm-hmm. I got you.
So now it's our time because we are the ancestors now.
Right.
It don't
That's what I
matter.
was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Like all this knowledge that my family gave to me, and even my cousins come to me on their indigenous of they ask like, "Who's who now?" I was like, "Why did they give me all this?" It was for me to pass it on to the next generation.
But you
Knowledge.
got to get it right
Right.
because I got family members, the old generation, they researching and doing shit and putting shit together that don't make no motherfucking sense. You know what I'm saying? Because they just doing all the free stuff.
I
And then they
got
be
you.
like, "Oh yeah, so this is what we are, and this is who our like you don't know who anybody is.
Right. You can't even talk for them to go back to the great grandparents to verify, oh, is this the right person? Because grandma or grandpa be like, who? Kenny
Like
Rogers. Hold up.
the research guy said that ancestry.com they're trying to hide records now, and or making you pay an extra fee to get certain records. Like I won't. That's why for me when it came to my research versus getting that the spit in the thing, I still say I feel like you should complete the tree first,
Right.
and to the best of your ability. Or I can't remember what I was thinking. Like maybe I was thinking like because you only get 30 days, so maybe I was thinking like maybe you should get the spit test back and then compile the tree so that you can get all the records to the best that you can. Because now they done split it up. Like you can get these records, but then you got to pay extra to get census records, and you got to pay a certain part if somebody don't got their tree public. You know what I'm saying? You got to do this,
Right.
you got to do all of that.
Well, one thing that was good on my mom's side was that she was able. My cousin already completed it, so I didn't have to do much. But my dad's side had to fill in from the knowledge that I got from going to the vital records from Mississippi myself, and that's why I would tell people too: don't always Go to the Vital Records and the Mississippi Archives or whatever state archives. Go to them
But just
yourself.
because your cousin put a tree together, don't mean that cousin's tree is accurate. You see what
Right?
I'm saying? So your own research matters also because they could pick somebody. Their name is Richard Graves, but Richard Graves was a white man,
Right?
and the family and everybody in the household don't match everybody who was supposed to be in your family.
Right. That's the biggest thing. We just were this. I got the wrong ancestry, bro. I was trying to get ancestry just to get the regular thing so I
I'm
could
just
compare it.
telling you, I know how it works.
Right. And then, like, I messed around and got the DNA
And
upgrade
some
instead of.
people fuck around and they be lazy. They be like, "Yep, that's them, that's them." So now your family, now you thinking, okay, my family came from these motherfuckers, the Dutch people. No, them is not your family. You didn't do it right. So
Right.
now you got to go all the way back
From square one.
from square one, and you got to go all the way back to that plantation. Yes, the Thompsons had your people as slaves, but your family might not go, the census might not go back that far. So now you got to look at the wills and probate. Who did your white ancestor, or who did the master will to their kids? What was the names in the wills? Because the names are there. I
Right.
will Sally Jesse May.
Right.
So now you know Sally Jesse May,
Or Uncle Ruckus Peter.
or Uncle Ruckus was a part of that plantation.
And he was an overseer that beat the hell out of little Ricky.
And now you understand that, okay, they connected to this plantation. Did this when the slaves were freed, did they give them land?
Yes or no? And then you got to go to Oklahoma because Oklahoma, this place.
I'm not talking about Oklahoma, I'm talking about in the South. So
Okay.
sometimes the slave masters had to give, or they did it just out of love, maybe. They gave
Or guilt.
land patents, or just land grants, or what, the land grants is for the government, but they gave land to the slaves that they can work on and they own. And sometimes the our people lost it because of taxes, because they couldn't pay it, or this or that thing. And that's why a lot of people are getting that land back. It don't matter if it's 100 acres or however many acres, they're getting that land back now.
Or the slaves were good bed baits for them, like Sally Hemings
We
for
ain't talking about that shit, man.
I'm just keeping it real. I mean, throughout time, there's always
But
been a
all that
special
stuff
little person.
happened, but I'm just talking about land. I'm talking about things that are political.
I
It's
got you.
it's deeper than reparations now. If you
Right,
can prove that my people's land was taken away,
right.
I can get that land back.
Yeah, and I think we should all do a little thing called different places to see, or take a trip to Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee. Because I'd say the majority of people on the show got family from the South. That's why we all ended up in Indianapolis. Because we descendants of the Great Migration.
But you over here talking about people trying to take
I ain't got
something
no
from women.
family from the south.
You probably just don't know because it's not records.
I
Doug,
uh,
We all
Doug,
started from the South, from the mud. We started
Doug
from the
don't,
mud.
Doug don't know what he's talking about.
Your family moved west, bro, but they
my
started
family is
in the
from
mud.
Missouri and Virginia.
Do you know where
That's
that
still
comes?
part of the South, the Confederate States, bro. That's still South. Virginia is just more northern than Mississippi.
Doug, what you're not understanding is that your people came to this region because of the Great Migration. The Great Migration, when a lot of people left the South, and you can say whatever you feel, maybe your mama side or your daddy side might have been that way or this way. But you can't say that both of your sides came from somewhere that wasn't in the South. You can't say that, bro.
We
The
all I can say,
majority of all of us people, unless you were a freedman or you was a free black person that was already up here, your people came from the South. There is no and if or buts about it because unless they was already freedmen's, unless they was already free persons, free black persons are free. How the fuck that shit is said? I don't saying it wrong. But nah, your people came from the South. Some way, some kind of way. And even if it was like this person slept with this person because there was so many ancestors before it got to you.
there's actually what 6,000 ancestors or something, or 5,000.
Well, I'm just saying like in the last 100 years.
Right.
In the
Mhm.
last 100 years, most of our people came from the South.
Yeah,
And
they go
that's
back
what's
to
and
great,
that's what
great, great.
separates us from Kamala Harris. Her people come from Jamaica. Truth be told,
That nigga, and he finally shows up. And
that's how
he
we have to
shows
bring
up
this show around, and it sums it up. And I was about to say that, and the mixture of the
You were
indigenous
supposed
people.
to be here to say that at the beginning of the damn
at
show.
the very beginning.
Listen here, we don't eat jerk chicken. We don't speak patois. That separates us from Jamaicans. We don't. Most of us are black, white, native, right?
Yeah,
They
let
are
him go. We're
Chinese.
gonna let you go on the spiel because it's your show. So we want you to tell us how Kamala isn't like us, and then I need you to go into the
Her,
policy thing.
yeah, her policy. How
So
many policies you
wasn't
want me to read?
Jamaica one of the flagship destinations?
Yes, yes, it was. It's one of them. But before those slaves, there was actually the Tainos that were slaves, the Arawaks, and the Caribs, with some black people trace their lineage to.
Everybody was slaves in this motherfucker, man, when they came here.
The Spanish and the English, well, more of the English set that up. But no, the Spanish first and then the English that took over where the Spanish left off because the Spanish lost the war, so they lost a lot of territory eventually.
But they still held on to Louisiana.
Louisiana was lost too, bro. You can read
I
about
said they held on to it. I know they lost it. Clearly, they lost it.
it.
Yeah,
But
clearly.
it's a lot of the story that it's written. We
Right.
just don't even want to acknowledge it. Like, oh no, nope. Because we
Got you.
don't want to acknowledge what is written down. Sometime I'm not me. This is what made me change the way that I feel about shit is because I saw what was written down.
Got you.
And it made me feel like, damn, that's why they didn't want us to read. I always thought they didn't want us to read because they didn't want us to see what was in the Bible.
Um,
And it had nothing to do with that.
the Bible's the tip of the
If we would
iceberg.
know what the fuck the American Indian Wars was about, we would know what the fuck the native aboriginal Americans looked like. We would know because they wrote it down. And some people would be like, well, we can't always go off of what was written in Europe and them statues and like
Me,
shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear none of that shit no more.
that was fake news back
I don't
then.
want to
Those
hear
were
nothing about
fake
any of
news.
that because these people made statues that look like us. They made paintings
I still
and
haven't found a
pictures.
statue that look like me though, bro. In particular, so I
That
can't
man, it's
really.
not gonna look like you.
Al or Andre,
You in a circle. You a circle. They didn't make too many circle people.
they didn't make no big old them
Dingaling
yeah.
people. They did make big dingaling people.
But they didn't make no big booty bitches back then.
All the bitches were big booty bitches back then.
All right, let me take over real quick and then I'll give you show back. Yeah, yeah,
All
yeah.
the
Welcome to
bitches.
Give me my show back. This is our show, bro. I keep telling
yeah.
y'all, you tripping. But you keep saying it's different. It's our show.
All right, let me take the main line.
But don't come in here like Uncle Ruckus, though, because I will shut you down.
Uncle Ruckus said, I don't know those new niggas over there. All right, back
Who's
to
that nigga on the name? Looking ass nigga.
Massa. And that's what we got going on right now with Kamala Harris.
What do we got going on with her?
Okay, the ancestry of Jamaicans, 76.3% is of West African descent and Central. 15.7 is Afro-European mixture. 3.4 is East Indian and Arab and Afro.
What are you breaking down?
These are the percentages of the people's mixture, the actual
Of
ancestors.
Kamala? Like you saying that every single person there has this exact same breakdown. That's what it sounds like you're saying to me.
And now he left.
Because he was saying some bullshit.
I
That
don't
is
even know
not the
what he was
entire
talking about.
breakdown of those people.
I don't even know what the hell he was talking about.
He was trying to give a breakdown. Here you go. He
Like
back.
I know what he was talking about, but I was like saying, like, well, he need
Go
to
ahead
come
and
on.
finish what you were
Here you
saying
go.
because you were saying some bullshit.
Okay, first of all, I research my stuff. I never say no bullshit. I don't waste people's time or
You
my time.
said that everybody in Jamaica has the same breakup of
No, I
genealogy.
don't.
So go ahead.
No. I'm giving you the percentages of how
That's
many
what I
the
said. You said
population.
everybody in Jamaica has the same
No, I
percentages.
did. I said 76.3
Of
percentages of
what?
Jamaicans have African descent. 73.6 of the population
It's more
has.
than that. Most of the Africans went to Jamaica. They didn't come to North America, right?
Mm-mm. All right.
Yeah, there's a big destination.
Most of
All
the
right.
Africans went to Jamaica and those
Okay.
islands. Did
Okay. Now
those
let me finish.
do we got the same 73% Africans that came here before? I want to get into another topic later. Do we have the same percent of Africans that came to North America?
No, we
Okay
probably
then.
have less.
How much less, real quick?
I don't know. Anyway, and nobody really
Less
knows
than
those numbers.
8%.
Okay, now back to America, back to Jamaica before I
All
was
right,
really,
go
really
ahead.
rough. And then it goes 3.2 Caucasian in the population. And then
Because what was they doing there? Was they having sex with them or what?
I'm talking about current population. And then right now, 1.2 Chinese. And then there's
But
5%.
we can't talk about the population today.
But that's what I'm trying to show what's going on with them in between today
But what
and
they got to do with Kamala?
well, okay, let me say Jamaicans have ancestors from Africa, Europe, and Amerindians and Asian. 96% of the Jamaicans have European and African ancestry, despite most Jamaicans self-identify as Black. They have a mixture in between Euro-Asian.
What does that have to do with Kamala, man? We're
I'm
not talking
breaking it
about
down. I'm bringing.
the
Okay,
total.
okay. Listen.
You're
These
talking about the
are the.
total population, and we can talk about the total population of America or any place. But
Okay. Of
but you
these groups. Okay, so
but
I'm bringing
but
it to
hold on.
Kamala. Let me. No,
Your
you cutting
your
me off.
conversation that you want to start when you decided to make this live was talking about Kamala herself and not the total population of
But
Jamaica
what I'm trying to say is that Kamala comes from this ethno background of
of
Indian,
today.
East
So
Indian
she
of
got
today.
Chinese in her family, is what you're saying, too.
It's possible from this,
It's
and then
not
not.
because the Chinese wasn't even over there like that when she was born.
I'm
You're
not saying
tripping.
everybody. I'm not saying everybody. So she comes from the mixture in between
You're
the
talking
3.2.
about today's population of cars, and I don't want you to feel like I'm beating you over the head, and I know Doug gonna beat me over the head later. But
Right.
what I'm
So let me
saying
get out.
is,
Let me talk. Let me talk first
I
because
know,
you
but
asked me.
listen to this real quick.
I'm not gonna beat you over the head because it sounds like you're going in a loop right now because you're supposed to be talking about what Kamala and it sounds like you're
Kamala
going off of
has
the first
not
community.
the Jamaican
Okay.
population today, but Jamaican population back in 1974 or whenever she was born. Bro,
We want
that's
to
what we're
go.
supposed to be focused
We
on.
want to hear about Kamala, not
Okay.
the first
So her
community.
ancestry is basically off of what her father said. Everybody is from Southeast India, right? Most Black Americans are a mixture of West African and Native American and Western European, which is separate group from East India and whatever else that she is, basically. Culturally, ethnically, we're not her. But anytime in America
You said
that you
we're not her, she's not
I
us.
mean, she's not
she's
us.
not us. She's not a mainland Black American by far. Her ancestors are not from the southern states, starting as far as Virginia and going as far south as Texas, right? That's what defines us as the landmass here in America.
But
Our
her
food,
father tell it he's East Indian and he's Caucasian.
right,
So her family's not even Jamaican.
right. They're white and Indian. And somebody was trying to defer that. That one guy, black guy, was like, well, if she was white and an Indian, we would accept her. She's not even Indian or Indian at all because we don't accept her. But it was this light skinned woman
What they said was if she was white and Indian, that she would be
that would
more
accept us.
acceptable.
Right.
But
But
if she
since
was
she's
black and Indian, she could be anything else in Indian, but black and Indian, she's not acceptable.
because they look, because in India, they have a caste system
And
that
that is
Kamala's
why I don't fuck with Gandhi.
right. Caste system is what really gets people to
Gandhi,
say,
as much as people try to say Gandhi was a great man, Gandhi was a racist man.
right.
And
He was
Gandhi felt a certain kind of way. This is East India, right? That's that
right,
Gandhi, didn't I?
right.
Yeah, he said Gandhi.
Gandhi had a certain way that he felt about black Indians.
Right.
Why? I don't know. Maybe black Indians were the first motherfuckers there.
No, what it is they have different levels, and I guess
Hell
the
nah.
they consider
Black
black ones
black
are
people
untouchable.
sprung up on the earth on every continent. The goddamn out of Africa shit is some racist shit. The Darwinism, the evolution of races is racist. He felt like because the white people at the end of the day were the ultimate species from the out of Africa theory. You know what I'm saying? And then we end up in a situation where Black Umento, where all the Hispanic, not all of them, but a lot of the Hispanic places feel like we gotta, our kids gotta marry somebody white or somebody lighter. You can't marry somebody dark. We don't want no dark babies. Like, come on, man.
There's a lot of dark babies though born in all them countries. That's the
They
most
are, but the
where you get
practice is
people.
they want them to marry somebody light or white.
Right. That mentality still goes on, but it's sad because it's tearing up people and mentalities, and that might be around another 100 years. I hope it dies off though.
It
Oh,
won't die off. You know why? Because you
well,
got people still saying I'm not black, and then you go to like a Cardi B or Dominican Republic, and they say I ain't black. Motherfucker, you look like Jessica down the street, bitch.
well, I understand. You got to understand that there were a lot of
And this
Spanish,
and
black
it's the same
Spanish.
island that the Haitians are on.
But you got to understand this though. There were a lot of black Spaniards that they don't talk about that were Moors that were part of this thing. What they're saying
We
is that I don't come from them slaves. I come from other
all
Africans,
the
but I
Moors,
don't come from those slaves.
the Moors. ran Spain. We know
Right,
that, don't we?
right. We all know that
So
for
when
500 years.
they ran Spain, they taught them how to be. I'm still trying to figure out how the fucking 1492 the motherfuckers was able to defeat the Moors, and at the same time that they defeated the Moors in the same year they came over here.
Nah, the Moors.
That's some fake shit, man. That's
The
fake shit.
Moors been coming over here for a long time
I,
because
I'm talking about Spain. I ain't talking about the Moors.
well, they said Spain. There was actually another black guy that was separate from Christopher Columbus, and they said he went to North Carolina.
I'm talking about 1492 conquistadors and all that kind of shit.
But before the conquistadors was the Moors who was selling the seas. They
What I'm
taught they
saying though,
navigated,
they defeated the Moors, right, in Spain.
right, but they still use some for navigation. Some of the knowledge that
I
the
know,
Moors,
but you recovering from what had to be one of the most bloodiest battles that you have ever had
right,
to to defeat the Moors. They running
mhm,
shit over there.
but they still will use.
How can you defeat the Moors and in the same calendar period sail over here and then defeat
Well,
the
you got to
people in South
understand not
America?
not the whole, not everywhere there was probably war. There, you know how big Spain is. Spain's pretty big. That means that on top of that, there was probably some areas that it wasn't going on, or they made deals with the Moors. Probably, you got
But
to think
you
like that.
defeated. They said they defeated them.
It wasn't just in that year. It's probably leading up, and it's probably
It
over. In
said 1492, bro.
1492 means the end of a lot of things, man. It means that they are done fighting, right? So that means that from 1485, they probably got started and being done by 1492, meaning it's over. That don't mean
All
that
right.
people commerce stopped going on.
But we
That don't mean
don't. That ain't. That is not how it is written down in history. That's how Carlton is trying to say that it might have happened this way. That is not what it say in history. Am I correct or am I wrong?
okay. Let me ask you this: when did World War II ended?
I can't give you the time on that because I don't know when World War
What
II
World
ended.
War II started in like the 1930s, right? And it ended
I do know
in
that when World War
1945.
One started, Jehovah Witness said that it was going to be the end of the world, and the end of the world didn't happen. I
That was
can tell you about
speculation,
that.
but they started to change their thinking when they started to realize,
And they
oh,
changed
it's
their
not.
thinking and said, "Oh, well, that's when Satan fell to earth." That means it's some fake shit, ain't it?
No, that means that as you learn about
That
things
means it's
spiritually,
fake shit. You had a
I
prophet
think
that
I think
said that
people
the
grow.
end of the
People
world was
grow.
going to happen in 1890, and it didn't happen. That means it's fake shit. And then you pivot and say, "Oh, well, that's when the Satan fell." That's fake shit.
Or nobody knows, right?
All right,
Nobody
bro.
really.
Why you don't wear a beard now? Let me ask you that.
I don't wear a beard because I don't like beards. I never like beards.
But I thought Jehovah Witness said you should wear a beard so that you can blend in with everybody else. I'm talking to you because I know what one of my close buddies told me about all this. He was like, "How you know about all that?" Because I know.
You don't have to wear a beard. What it means is that you don't have to shave and be clean shaven. You don't have to
It
wear it.
said because you need to blend in at the end of the world because shit's about to happen. And I'm like, well, they already know who the Jehovah
But
Witnesses
who
are.
is saying who's giving you this information? That's the
Bro, I
but
know, man. I
what's
know.
the source? What's the
I
source?
know.
But we're pivoting all the way off into what I got to talk about her policies,
Go
basically.
ahead. What's the policies, bro? Let's go back.
One of the biggest policies that she was talking about was she wanted to restore abortion rights access protection that it
But it never left.
yeah, no, they got thrown out on they went back. They went
They
back where
got
nobody
thrown out
could,
on a federal level.
right. But on the
But
state,
states
states
can
were able
dictate.
to, right.
Yeah.
She wants to retain Biden's promises not to raise taxes with anyone. He has to make it under $400,000.
She's tripping. She's lying.
And another thing,
She's the harlot that rides the beast.
letting portions of Trump's tax cuts expire, which I'm thinking like his tax cuts, it was kind of different, man. It was different. Remember when everybody's like, you can't do this, you can't do that, because the laws changed under Trump. So that may be a good thing here. Because those laws were tricky, bro. Very
I
tricky.
mean, the you the average person and these tax laws don't mean shit for you. You make under $100,000. So it don't even matter what the fuck they got going on. The minute that you start making some real money is that's when the taxes should matter to you. Like let's say you go from 1% to 2%.
Hmm.
You're not even gonna feel that.
Right.
But at the moment they tell the rich people that yeah, you're gonna have to pay 40% of whatever you make. Yes, it's gonna hit them over the head.
Right. Because that 40% is a good chunk.
Or
That's
30, it's normally 30, 25 to 30%. But what I'm saying is that shit ain't got nothing to do with the average person. We arguing about taxes and shit. Our taxes ain't changed that much, and I don't know how long. And I'll be tripping the people talk about, well, I'll be working overtime and they be taking more money. Yes, they taking more money
the
because
more
you
you make,
working
the more they take.
overtime.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
more you
you're
make, the
making
more
more
But
you
money.
they not taking half of your money.
right. All right.
They
Another
not taking half. If they take another 2%, nigga, they take 2%.
then you
But
get
you
more
didn't
on
lose
your
half of the
refund.
money that you just worked. You not losing half of it.
You're gonna get returned back during refund time, hopefully.
Even if you don't get it back in refund time.
Lady
Motherfuckers is
C,
tripping like they taking half of your money when you do
Right.
overtime.
No, they don't take half. Like it does piss you off though. I ain't gonna lie. Like say like when I did overtime one time, it was like 3,000, and then when you see that it goes down to 2,500, it pisses you off
So
because yeah,
so you lost $500 to what?
to
What all did you lose
2,005
it to? Let's break it down.
taxes and benefits.
I know, but what taxes did you lose it to?
The federal, the state, the county, all of those broken down basically.
What's
I
that
would have
retirement one called? Like when you turn
PRIF,
60? Huh?
PRIF, but that's separate. That's separate
No,
from the
but
taxes.
it comes out of there though.
No, it's the benefits. No, the benefits are
I'm
separate
not
from
talking
the
about
taxes.
401k, bro. I'm
No,
talking
no, no.
about
We're talking about
social.
PRIF. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'll see. I was talking about the social. Yeah, Social Security, and because you got your federal taxes and Social Security follows under the feds, right? And you got then you got the state, and then you got the county. All of those, and then on top of that, what's was the benefits? The benefits are like 135 on top of
What
it.
benefits
That's
are you talking about?
I'm talking about my health care, my
I'm not talking
retirement.
about that. That is elective. You choose that, right?
Yeah, you choose
You
it, but
don't
you
have to pay that shit.
But the minute you need health care, that's a
Nah,
different
but I'm
story.
just saying though, do you choose that? You don't have to pay that. So going back to what I was saying, Social Security,
Mm-hmm.
state,
Mm-hmm.
uh, what else is it? Social Security, state, federal,
And county,
county.
right?
You want that Social Security to come out because if you make it to
But
that
the
old
thing is,
age, even if you don't make it to that old age and something happens to you, this is some shit that I just learned. Your kids can draw off your Social Security
right? My biggest thing
until they're
is
18 years old.
But these new administration is getting rid of that. So it's like all that money that we're
But they
working.
not. Because how are you voting?
I'm not. I'm.
Motherfuckers are sitting here talking about administrations, but how the fuck are you voting? You going there and you hitting straight Democrat?
You know the
Do you
average
know
black
who you
person
voting
vote.
for?
You know, most of what I've been studying on YouTube, the majority of black people are going to vote for Kamala Harris just because
You
she's.
lying. You lying. You lying.
I'm seeing the numbers of
You
people like
lying. You
fighting.
lying. You lying. The
So you think
majority of
it's
black
about?
people are not going to vote for Kamala Harris because black men are not coming out as a whole for Kamala Harris.
But let me ask you this: our numbers, black men that are not incarcerated versus black women, whose numbers are bigger?
It don't matter whose numbers the biggest.
But
Our
that what?
numbers
But
still
it
matter.
would that. Well, our numbers matter, but what I'm trying to say, if there are more women in the world, if there are more black women than black men, how will our numbers matter if they outnumber us and
Well,
vote?
let me ask you this: why would they blame the fact if she don't win, it's our fault, black men? Why would they say that?
Because maybe that
Exactly.
is
They always talk
more.
about if you don't vote, this
That,
person don't win.
that's
It don't matter.
but you guys are missing the bigger point. That's that really Willie Lynch mentality put on a political platform and served up in a different form. Man against woman, right? Us against them.
We know that. Like, I don't know what you trying to. What's your point?
My point is they
We know
playing
that they're putting black men at disadvantage, but black men ain't falling for that shit.